Ladies and gentlemen, that is a bit of a recap of what we covered yesterday, and definitely whatever else we'll be covering today will be put together, and some of the punchlines from the different breakout rooms will be added on to that final video. So we have a lot ahead of us, and at this point we are going into our first panel plenary, and this one is being done here. We are not moving just yet, and it will be looking at various issues, and in this case we are looking at what we eat, what we have, and not what we eat, what we have, and not what we want. A household account of drivers of stunting in early childhood in Kenya. Why is this so important? We all know nutrition, and adequate nutrition at that is a huge pillar of nurturing care. However, from presentations seen here and reports from the Ministry of Health, Kenya continues to struggle with stunting in children under the age of 5. Now, the World Health Organization actually points to health inequalities that are related to social inequalities as the biggest drivers of stunting in children. So, what is the reality for us in Kenya today, and what more can be done to ensure we attain one of the Sustainable Development Goals, which is reducing health inequalities and leaving no one behind? Well, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome to the podium our first speaker this morning, and that is Dr. Timothy Abuye, who is a senior analyst at the Population Council Kenya and Sahihi Kenya. And Abuye currently works as research associate in the Population Council's Productive Health Program based in Nairobi, Kenya. His expertise is program evaluation with research interests revolving around implementation, research, and evaluation of public interventions using mixed methods with a focus of utilization of policy analysis and techniques. He has expertise working in Kenya, Uganda, Zimbabwe, Mali, Tanzania, and of course right here in Kenya. Asante sana. Please appreciate Dr. Timothy Abuye. Karibu.
Good morning, everyone. Can you project the screen, please? As you wait for that, this morning I'm giving you an account of what really drives stunting in children, and why is it important in the first 1,000 days. And because I can't see my screen, I will try and be available for you near you so that you can be able to speak together. Now, in the context of Human Development Index, one of the most important things to understand is the contribution of health and education in productivity of the next generation. And how do we calculate Human Development Index? Perhaps just for purposes of those who may not be aware, it's a function of education, ability to survive, and health. And in Kenya at the moment, the Human Capital Index is about 55%, meaning if a child is born today, has 55% ability to optimally achieve their productivity in life. And that's one reason why health is an important indicator in determining the Human Development Index. Next slide, please. So, one of the challenges in Kenya currently is the deficit associated with Human Development Index is the childhood malnutrition. And the outcomes associated with that actually impacts negatively in the later years of life. And more importantly, to note that the stunting levels, which is a critical driver to the health indicator in Human Development Index, is important for us to note that it plays not only a critical role in determining the future productivity of the children, but also in the early years of childhood, stunting affects the development of the child, the cognitive function of that child. Now, in the next slide, you will see the impact of stunting in various aspects. In health outcomes, it contributes to about 0.3% of the GDP. And in other words, overall, we lose about 6.9% of our GDP as a result of undernutrition. And so you can see the impact of stunting or undernutrition in young children. So if you look at the, next slide please. If you look at the malnutrition trends in Kenya, stunting remains slightly higher above other aspects from the Kenya Demographic Survey for the last 14 or 2 decades or so. We are about 26% stunting levels in children. And there are disparities in different counties, and which is an important illustrator of why we need to look at the pockets of stunting in these settings. Now, we sought to explore what are the determinants of stunting and constraints at household level, and how do they close interact in the context of the households. We wanted to explore what households say drives this stunting, to describe the external spheres of influence upon which we can use to determine stunting levels, and also to explore opportunities for leveraging existing structures. And finally, to provide some of the recommendations for action, as we're going to see in today's presentation. We carried this study in 5 counties. They include Kwale, West Pokot, Nairobi, and Nakuru and Nyandarua, because they exhibit different geographical settings, different livelihoods, and varying stunting levels from the last assessments. And this would give us insights on what really drives stunting in these settings. Next slide. So we conducted a total of 31 focus group discussions, 21 focus group discussions across these counties, about 30 key informant interviews with people from different sectors, health, agriculture, water, and education in each of the counties. We also conducted case narratives. We spent 5 to 10 days in 6 households that had children with stunting, and 6 that did not have children with stunting. And we spent time with families to document how they feed their children, to understand what are some of the drivers, and talk to them to see how do they cope with challenges of the socioeconomic dynamics in the households. So findings are clustered around 5 themes. Number 1, it's important to know that stunting is a sign of a deeper socioeconomic challenge within the households. And we do know that the understanding of stunting is quite varied across households. People don't really know and understand what stunting is. And the reason for that is largely because they associate it, for example, with genetic conditions and so forth. The second class of findings is around the institutional blindness. When a child is born, up to 9 months when they finish their immunization, that child belongs to no one before they come to preschool. And therefore, if there is any stunting or challenges of malnutrition that happens at that age, between 9 months possibly to the time they join school, the effect of stunting will have taken place in development of that child. And therefore, it basically means that the interventions that would have been appropriate would be missed out. The other area of focus we found out was the socio-cultural practices of what type of food do people eat, how do they eat, who prepares that food, and how does it happen in the households. The gender roles, what do women do and what do men do in the households? What facilitates decision making and who does that? And of course, the livelihood and its effect in uptake of adequate diet. So let me begin by illustrating what happens in terms of community understanding of stunting. It actually limits remedial action, timely remedial action, because many of community members and households we spend time with do not quite understand what stunting is. They consider, because it's not an obvious thing, they don't see a child with a big stomach or the color of his or her hair is changing and so forth. So we see that most of these families don't really understand what's stunting, and when it picks up, it's very difficult for them to pick it up. General poor care-seeking practices for children, just because they don't see the stuntingness beginning, they will not take action early, and therefore they may not even go to facilities, because if a child is not unwell or does not exhibit any signs for the need to seek care, they will probably not seek care timely. And therefore, as I said earlier, if the child has completed immunization schedules, they're probably not going to come to school unless they are in a play or a daycare center. The other aspect is a stigma and shame associated with children that are stunted. Sometimes it limits access to timely care. The next set of drivers is associated with socio-cultural practice around feeding patterns. We looked at the value, and we understood that the value attached to certain foods varies, and who eats what. For example, we identify that men tend to eat proteinous food at the expense of children and girls who probably need them more. And limited diversification of food given to children in the households contribute a lot to the stuntings. There are other cultural orientation to various types of food. As I said, men tend to obviously get better diets because they are considered the main breadwinners, and therefore they need more energy and food within the households. The next set of drivers are around the gender roles. We identify that when women are empowered to make decisions with resources at a household level, their children tend to have better nutritional outcomes compared to those who do not have access to information, empowerment through resources, both financial and other types of resources. And this includes decision-making dynamics. In the next set of drivers are livelihood. So because we were considering different settings, the agrarian settings, even in locations and counties such as Nyandarua, which have very high levels of food production, we still see levels of stunting in children being high. And because of the type of food they grow, they tend to grow only one type of food. They lack the information and the expertise to manage the appropriate dietary practices in the households, despite having access to a lot of food. We also saw issues to do with the middlemen coming during the high peak seasons of food, buying all the foods, and then the households tend again to buy certain types of commodities and food at exorbitant prices during the off-peak season, which obviously means they have less income at their disposal to be able to diversify dietary aspects in their household. The challenges of land ownership and lease in counties like Kwale, West Pokot, where you may lease farms away from home, meaning caregivers and mothers are not available to take care of their children adequately. In the next set of livelihood is the pastoral setting. We considered West Pokot as one example, where they may have the commodities, the animals, but they rarely sell them because of the value attached to these animals. And we sort of consider what they call the cattle complex. I own hundreds and thousands of herds of cattle or goats, but I don't sell it because it's valuable to me. Households go hungry, yet they have opportunities to invest in what they have. The cultural practices around the consumption of certain foods and how they attach, the value they attach to it really plays a great role in access to food. The next livelihood patterns is the urban informal setting, which we incorporated parts of Nakuru, collected in terms of Nakuru, Naivasha, and Nairobi. One of the greatest challenge in the informal setting is obviously the issue of living hand to mouth, the unpredictability of income and ability to be able to provide adequate food for their families. In the same settings, we also noted the fact that most of these families also depend on other caregivers to take care of their children, which we are going to see including daycare centers. In the next set of slides, we are talking about the issue of institutional blindness. The fact that the period between 9 months and the time they attend school, if these children are not fed well, they are likely to have challenges of development. In the next slide, we are looking at what are the possible avenues that we can use to sort of influence behavior change towards positive nutritional care for our children. And we cluster them around three sectors. One is the community, the ECCED centers, or the community health systems. And I'll unpack each of these in the next two slides. So at the community level, we can enhance information and behavior change through community structures, which may include ECCED centers, or Nyumba Kumi, to provide opportunities to identify children with stunting much earlier. Next slide. And next one, please. ECCED centers can play, are very instrumental in addressing information gaps, as we saw in parts of Nairobi and Naivasha, where the mushrooming of ECCED centers or even daycare centers can be utilized to influence behavior change and information flow to their children. Next slide. The community health system can continue to be beneficial in the sense of identifying children with stunting and linking them appropriately to the existing health systems. Next slide. So we categorize policy recommendations around three groups. Number one, next slide please, is there's need to develop a stronger multi-sectoral government response that looks at a household not as a unit on its own, but as a wholesome, because when you're going to that household as an education person or a Ministry of Health person or a water person, how can you provide a 360-round set of information rather than looking at it only from the health sector or from the agriculture sector and so forth? So looking at that households as a unique and complete set. Next slide. We also think that increased political commitment and towards health and nutrition is critical. Funding is a necessary element to this. And in the final set of recommendations, the next slide, is create and deliver targeted household support focusing on women, because we found out that women who are empowered, who are able to make decisions in the households, have greater opportunities to make better decisions for their children. And therefore, enhancing that is an important and critical driver to reducing stunting at household level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Timothy, for that presentation. Very, very critical. Even as we talk about nutrition, it is one of the most important pillars, even as we ensure that our children are catered for right from birth. Well, remember, we are taking short time here, 15 minutes for each of the presentations, and at this point, the next presentation will be covering the workforce development for pre-primary education. The social media team is still asking me to remind you to take pictures of the plenary hall and the presentations, and of course, you can also share those online. And remember to use that hashtag ECCED Policy Conference CONF 2022, and please do tag Uthabiti Africa as you do so. Remember, we are doing our very best to ensure that the information we're sharing here is able to get far and wide. So even as we look at the workforce development for pre-primary education, in Kenya, preschool education is actually not compulsory. I think we all know that a child is not really required to attend pre-primary or early childhood development and education class before joining primary school. However, the importance of the same has been underscored here in this conference and beyond. That said, it is critical to strengthen policies and strategies around enhancing the skills, preparation, training, and employment conditions of those who work with these young minds. This can highly improve early childhood experiences significantly and ensure each child receives the best possible education and care. So, what is the status of the ECCED workforce in Kenya, and what more can be done to improve on it? Well, giving this presentation is Ms. Gladys Toiwa. She is part of the Teacher Service Commission. If she can start making her way to the podium, she's the Deputy Director, Quality Assurance and Standards Officer at the Teacher Service Commission. She is a teacher by profession with 33 years experience at the TSC, 12 years as a teacher and 21 years as a TSC Secretariat. She holds a Master's in Education Planning and Management and has training in Senior Management and Strategic Leadership Development Program from Kenya School of Government. Ladies and gentlemen, help me in welcoming Ms. Gladys Nasambu Toiwa. Makofi tafadhali. Asante. Welcome.
It's a great honor for me to stand before you and present information on workforce development. Indeed, it's a privilege. And I will focus on teacher training. From the presentation yesterday, I saw you were focusing on caretakers, but the workforce I'll talk about is teacher training. The curriculum reforms in Kenya came as a result of wanting to realign or to align with the 2010 Constitution, Vision 2030, East African Curriculum Harmonization Framework, and global standards. The reforms necessitated training of all teachers to keep them abreast with the current trends in teaching. The Teacher Service Commission, through educational multi-agency approach, has conducted national curriculum-based, competence-based curriculum and curriculum-based assessment training of teachers with effect from April 2019 and is continuous to this time. The trainings take place during the holidays. I hope there is a, okay. Okay, thank you. I'm old school and learning also to adjust with the new current, so kindly understand me. If you are talking of 33 years of experience, I'm purely old school. The mode of training or the mode of delivery. The mode of training adapted a smart cascade model in which the principal and master trainers train, and later on they provide professional support to TOTs during the zonal training of teachers. And the master trainers are identified from various educational agencies, and those are from the Teacher Service Commission, Ministry of Education, KICD, Kenya National Examination Council, KISE, or Kenya Institute of Special Education, SEMASTER, and KEMI. So Teacher Service Commission, it normally coordinates the training and brings all these people on board to go and train the teachers. And for the last 3 years, we've learned a lot of lessons from the trainings at all levels. Could it be at the principal master training, the TOTs, or even at class implementation. And that has helped us to improve on curriculum delivery. Let's now look at the target participants, or the participants we have trained. The first one are the teachers who are handling PP1 and PP2. Remember, in this conference we're talking about early childhood. We get them at PP1 and PP2. Then grade 1 to grade 6. And so far, it's worth noting that at least 4 teachers have been trained in every public primary school on competence-based curriculum. They have been trained. And all head teachers, both in private and public, regular and SNE, have been trained. All our head teachers, whether private or public, have been trained. We've also trained our TOTs, who are the CSOs and the champion teachers. And these are both regular and special needs CSOs. They have effectively been trained, and they cascade down the knowledge and skills acquired during the training to the lower level. And that's to our teachers in class. We have equally trained the teacher educators in teacher training colleges, TTCs. I'm glad to inform you, this congregation, that 100% of tutors have been trained at the college level, whether it's diploma in primary teacher education or a diploma in early childhood teacher development education. So when you employ them, they already have the skill in CBC, CBA knowledge. They have the skill. What about the ECCED teachers? Those who are already in the field. We began the training when they're already employed. A small fraction of ECCED teachers have been trained due to logistics. A small fraction has been trained. Why? Because we are all aware they are under the county government. And therefore, there must be logistics of funding, and TSC must collaborate with the county government to train these teachers. And the initiative must come from the owners, who are the county government. And once they prepare and invite or request TSC, we fully come in to give the professional support. The wiser ones have already used the champion teachers and the zone and the CSOs to train them in their counties. I know quite a number have already done that, and that's what they have already used the TSC personnel. I know even there are those who go and request the KICD, of whom we have trained, and they still go and support in that training. Recently, a pre-evaluation and post-evaluation survey 2021 was conducted during the CBC CBA training. The questionnaires were designed to determine if there was change in teachers' attitude on basic education curriculum framework and teacher education curriculum framework. and also to find if there is change in teachers' attitude on components and pedagogies suitable for CBC, ICT integration, and implementation of CBC at the subject level. The results were as follows. Most teachers are more confident in interpretation of basic education curriculum framework, curriculum designs, and competence-based assessment. Indeed, they are very, very confident. And most teachers are confident in the use of learner-centered pedagogy, which is used in CBC. Also, the results showed that the stakeholders involved in the commitment in the process of implementation of the CBC curriculum has yielded great success. However, ICT still poses some challenges to some teachers. A 10-15 minutes presentation is over. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate Mwalimu one more time. Thank you for taking such a short time but making your points very clear. I felt like I was back in class, and I believe if you were my teacher, I would have been in good hands. Asanteni sana. Again, these are the people that make a huge difference to ensuring that they are able to form the young minds right from the start. So we see what the TSC is doing. Clearly, a lot more needs to be done, and that has been put across, and we hope that the stakeholders involved in the same will look into that. At this point, we now change gears. I know you're expecting to take your tea break at this point, but we think let's do our plenary session so that when we break into our breakout sessions, we are able to focus on that before we take our lunch break. So at this point, we switch gears to the panel plenary, and in this case, we are focusing on partnerships and coordinations, and I am your moderator for this session. Rapporteurs will be Stella Ndungire-Mbugua and Wendy Ongare, and this again is a session that you will have leeway to actually engage with the speakers with your questions in a moment. Now, to kickstart us off on this conversation on strengthening governance and accountability mechanisms for better early childhood development outcomes in Africa is Moses Abero. If he can make his way to the podium. Well, he is a World Bank trained early childhood development ECCED specialist with over 15 years of work experience in public and private sectors, contributing to the advancement of legal policy, institutional and programmatic reforms for better child development outcomes in Kenya and across the African continent. Currently, Moses serves as a program manager at Africa Early Childhood Network, Afghan. Tafadhali, welcome Moses Omondi Abiru to the podium. Makofi tafadhali.
So thank you so much, and thanks for that elaborate introduction. My name is Moses Abiero from Africa Early Childhood Network, and I have three of my colleagues seated over there. We have Dr. George Owino, who is responsible for research. We have Rose Kamasara, who is responsible for providing support to research initiatives. And then we have Alicia Lutomia, also providing support to policy and advocacy at Afghan. So generally, I'll take you through a study that we did around governance and accountability mechanisms for ECD service delivery on the African continent. This was basically a desk review, and therefore I'll take you through some highlights in terms of the findings and some options that could be considered to improve and strengthen governance and accountability systems on the African continent. Thank you. Next slide. Do you have a slide, please? Seems there is a technical hitch. Sorry. Yeah, seems there's a technical hitch, but I'll take you through the presentation that I have, and therefore we'll have time to interact in terms of question and answer. So about Africa Early Childhood Network. Africa Early Childhood Network serves as a platform for collaboration in protecting children's rights through influencing ECD policies, programs, and practices on the African continent. Our vision is an Africa where all children are learning, safe, healthy, happy, and are achieving their full developmental potential. We bring civil society organizations together, including academia and private sector at national and regional level, and we are privileged to coordinate the Africa Union Continental Education Strategy for Africa 2016-2025 cluster that is responsible for supporting realization of CSR 1625 objectives that are related to early years. We work through 4 program areas, that is regional advocacy, national networking, implementation, support, and also quality improvement. So it is important for us to consider governance and accountability as a key component in ECD service delivery because it is key to providing support to structures and systems, putting in place these systems to ensure that there is effective implementation of developed policies, evaluation, and also ensuring that we realize positive child developmental outcomes. So it is important for us to note that children develop holistically, and this requires services from multiple disciplines located in multiple ministries. For example, the Ministry of Education, Social Protection, we have Agriculture, Health and Nutrition, among others. So it is important for us to ensure that there is multi-sectoral collaboration in the provision of ECD services. So basically we did a study, a desk review, first to find out the existing policy and institutional framework supporting multi-sectoral coordination at national and regional levels. We also looked at the nature, type, and level of financing for ECD services across the continent. We also examined monitoring and evaluation mechanisms put in place to provide supportive supervision and ensure compliance with set standards. We also tried to document the level of policy implementation in terms of access to quality ECD services. So in terms of existing policies, we realized that many African countries, over 45 countries, have developed some form of ECD policies to address needs of children during their earliest years. We realized that out of the 45, 38 of them have some form of multi-sectoral mechanisms to ensure that sectors are brought together to deliver ECD services. We realize that this is a tremendous achievement since by 2001, only 2 countries were reported to have developed some form of ECD policies, that is Mauritius and Namibia. Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you. That provides some flavor in terms of these countries with some form of ECD policies, and Kenya is included. We also tried to kind of tease out some best practices across the continent, and we realized that Mauritius, Senegal, Seychelles, Ghana, Kenya, Zambia, Malawi, South Africa, Tunisia, and Tanzania have something that we can learn from. So in terms of institutional frameworks, we realize that most of African governments have assigned ministries and agencies roles to coordinate delivery of ECD services. The choice of these lead ministries or agencies depended on long-standing leadership or existing expertise in ECD, and also centrality to supporting interministerial efforts and reduction of territorial kind of issues. And in countries where a Ministry of Finance and Planning were given these roles, or the offices of the President or Prime Minister, there was some kind of efforts to realize effective multi-sectoral coordination. In terms of financing, we realized that ECD services in Africa benefit from a mixture of public and private sources of finance, with government and donor funding reported to be on the increase, though at a slower pace. We realized that governments provide majority of the financing. However, donor financing, we realize that although it is increasing, it constitutes also a significant funding source for ECD services. On the flip side, we realize that most of the funding was targeted at health and nutritional components, with ECD funding, especially for pre-primary education, seen to be lagging behind. Most African countries were reported to spend less than 1% of their GDP on ECD services. And in Eastern and Southern Africa, we realized that 85% of these countries spent less than 5% of their education budget on ECD. In terms of per capita government's expenditure on ECD, we realized that per capita spending on ECD in Africa varies from country to country. For example, per capita spending in Botswana and South Africa was estimated to be over USD 500, while Burundi, Uganda, Mozambique, Eritrea, and Ethiopia were reported to spend approximately USD 20. In terms of per capita spending in Kenya, the estimate is at USD between 78 and 80. So in terms of children at risk of poor development, we realize that most countries in Africa remain in the red. Only Algeria, Egypt, Morocco, Gabon, Ghana were reported to have lower proportion of children at risk of poor development. In terms of Kenya, we realize that almost 48% of children are at risk of poor development. There were challenges that we documented, including lack of costed implementation plan to guide and support policy implementation. We realized that though institutions exist to support multi-sectoral collaboration and coordination, these institutions were weak. We also realized that there is poor and inadequate financing. We also realized that there's weak monitoring and evaluation system, manifested in inadequate supervision of ECD services to ensure compliance with quality standards. In terms of options that could be considered, and I think this is also relevant to the Kenyan context, we thought that it will be important for us to consider evidence generation to cultivate political will, which is translated into policy and costed implementation plan, and then follow up to ensure that there is implementation. We also thought that it will be important for us to consider establishing strong institutional frameworks with clear definition and assignment of roles and responsibilities and the development of communication strategies to assist with the implementation. We also thought that it would be important to strengthen stakeholder engagement at both national and local levels. And then capacity strengthening for implementation and to monitor coverage and quality of ECD services. Thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to our interaction in the next phase. Thank you.
Thank you, Abiro. Usiende mbali, we need you. So, because we are actually going to include two other panelists that will help us engage further on that conversation in as far as supporting families of young children with developmental disabilities in Kenya. Rather, am I reading the wrong one? Strengthening governance and accountability mechanisms for better early childhood development outcomes in Africa. If I can actually ask that Moses, you take a seat on the podium. And then we shall also be joined by two ladies, Rachel McKenna. She is a partnerships manager at Early Childhood Development Network for Kenya with over 10 years experience in integrated ECD project implementation. She has worked in the sector in various capacities such as research, monitoring and evaluation and sector coordination. She's also a nutritionist by profession, licensed by the Kenya Nutrition and Dietetics Institute. We said the importance of having somebody who understands nutrition. I think this was underscored by the First Ladies Association. It is so encouraging to know that we have somebody with her capacity on the panel. And of course, Joyce Wesonga from Uthabiti Africa is an early childhood development specialist with expertise in providing quality early childhood care and education in urban and informal settlements. At Uthabiti, Joyce leads the engagement with early childhood care stakeholders and coordinates the learning networks at county and national level. She also works across the portfolio of initiatives including policy and regulatory reforms, workforce development, and accelerating the growth of women-led childcare micro enterprises. Thank you for being part of this conversation, and definitely remember this is an open session. Any questions you would like to pose concerning this subject matter, there is an usher who will be around you with a microphone, and this should be enabled so that we're able to capture those questions in quick succession. And after this, even as we prepare our panelists to engage you, let me just mention that from here, just a slight change to how the program was set out. We have and will be bringing to the podium Honorable Lady Justice Lucy Gitari, and she'll be speaking on judicial reforms to enhance the rights of children. Thereafter, we shall walk into that conversation I mentioned earlier about supporting families of young children with developmental disabilities in Kenya, addressing the gap through a caregiver skills training intervention. All these are still happening within the plenary. There will be 2 presentations of the same, and question and answers can also be taken on the same. And it's at that point that we shall take our tea break. We should give us a breather in between that session and the breakout sessions, which I will highlight what will be discussed within those breakout sessions. So let all the speakers who are involved in the plenary sessions that are coming up right after this one be ready, and we shall be calling them to the podium in a moment, of course, as and when we are ready. So, ladies and gentlemen, are we ready for this session? Now, I have a question of my own here, and I think this will be going to Afghan. And you mentioned the core programs that you actually follow that highlight on regional advocacy, supporting national networking that targets ECD actors from different sectors, implementation, research, and of course, quality improvement, which identifies critical gaps in the availability of support and resources for ECD. How can we actualize this in our country and perhaps upscale the gains made so far? We're doing well, but we can do better. Let's start off with the gentleman. Moses.
Thank you so much. I think that's an incredible question. I think looking at those critical programmatic approaches that Afghan looks at, when we talk about research, you realize that there should be an intersection between research, policy, and practice. And therefore, you find that when we talk about advocacy tries to ensure that that conversation between research and practice and also policy is oiled. When we talk about quality improvement, then that is at the level of now implementation and at the level of practice. For example, if for example a study has been undertaken to understand kind of the gaps that are there in, for example, maybe teaching at the ECD level, then you see the findings from that research can be translated into policy. But that cannot happen if there is no kind of advocacy towards the same. And then you realize that after the development of the policy, there should be implementation. And again, you realize that advocacy comes in to ensure that those kind of elements that are required for effective implementation are put in place. And then you realize that then, lastly, we have a practice at that level. Again, you realize that again research comes in to see whether the outcomes that were set to be achieved are being achieved. Again, you realize that you can use the research findings to improve policy in terms of igniting kind of policy dialogues and conversations to improve the same. So basically, there are 4 kind of components, but they are interrelated. But basically, we say there should be some relationship between research, policy, and practice.
All right, very well said. Now, what role do networks play in the ECCED policy reform agenda to ensure better child outcomes? Because this is what we want to actually push further to ensure that we have greater strides, especially here in Kenya, now that we're talking about the continent as a whole. Rachel.
Thank you. Thank you, Gladys.
It's on. Yes.
Thank you, Gladys, for that. The major role of the networks, especially the national networks in Kenya today, is to do sector coordination. One of the things that the networks do in sector coordination is where they bring together the state and non-state actors, but here I mean the government and the non-government and also the private sector, because we're looking also into doing public-private partnerships so that the coordination can flow well. So, for instance, the conference we are having today during discussion around policy is where you find the people who are seated here today. We've looked at all cadres or all departments. You find that there is a health, there is education, there's a social protection or children, there's gender. So in the role of coordination, especially to move the agenda of ECCED forward, the conversations that we are beginning today is to bring all those different departments together, because at the end of it all, our primary beneficiary is that child. Because you find that most partners who are here, they are implementing programs that are related to children. We are looking into strengthening the foundation of these children, because these are the future generation in our country. So the role of the network especially is to do the sector coordination to ensure that at least we are guided, because we work with the Kenyan policies that are here. We support in we participate in those, the policy development, the policy reviews, the development of policy frameworks, and even the bills that eventually come to act to enable us to implement or support these, the children. If you look at, like in Nairobi, if I cite maybe Nairobi, we have like 2017 Child Facility Act that focuses on regulating the ages below 3, and then we also have from 4 years we have the ECCED policies that support that guides us on how to do our implementation. So the networks today work hand in hand with all these partners, with all the private sectors, with the government, so that we can be able to improve or to provide quality services for these children. I can also add into it and say, if you check the policies that we have today, the major implementer of these, the major developer of the policies is the national government. So from the national government, the key implementers are the county governments. From the county government, there's a sub-county and all that went all the way to the communities. So as networks, we also look into how that connectivity is, because after the policy has been developed, it has to be implemented so that it can benefit the primary beneficiary, who is the child at the community level. So we also look into that there is coordination, how they are communicating from the national level to the community level where the beneficiary is. Thank you.
Okay, and speaking about the top-bottom approach, which is very critical here, there was a mention in the recommendations that were put across by AFCAN that it is important to strengthen stakeholder involvement at national and local levels, and we have seen the value and potential of community health workers, especially in the health space. What can be established to perhaps mirror this success? And I'd like to put this across to Joyce now, that you work and coordinate networks at the county and national level. What do we need to do to ensure that the grassroots get the information, the resources, and the finances we talk about today?
Thank you. I think just following through what Rachel just spoke about, when it comes to coordination of to support grassroots really understand, I'll start from the point of at national level or at county level. Sometimes we create these in boardrooms, and no pun intended, I mean it well. We sit as technocrats and craft very good laws that pass the textbook. But when it comes to its implementation, then you put it out to the communities, you start realizing there could be bottlenecks. I want to laud, I think, even the national government for the public participation bill, because in its own right, it recognized the need for participation. So we start from the point of if you're doing policies or working at national or county level, you by law now are required to engage the communities who will be the main consumer of the product. In this right, the validation processes enable us to know what works, what can be amended, and what's effective, so that these policies or these processes don't become redundant in a short while. So that in itself, I think, is a good step, and if we followed through, I think there's the legal recourse where if you don't do that, now you know a citizen can actually take you to court to say this was not followed through. But if I go back to your initial thoughts on the learnings, an environment that enables stakeholders to engage, learn, and interact is important. One, to understand, because communities are dynamic, life is dynamic. The issues we are discussing around early childhood today are very different from what I think 20 years ago will be in discussion. Science has proved that there are things we need to do differently, and so that process of continuous learning, of bringing stakeholders together to understand what are the needs. That's why there is even a process of reviews of laws and policies so that they align with the current trends and they meet the demands. So for me, learning networks, one, are a continuous process of information sharing, new learnings, innovations that need to be encouraged. This informs implementation, as Moses actually spoke about. It informs practice, it informs even the policy review processes, because it comes from a point of interaction. Another point for me to, even as I answer that, is that learnings, I think, should be contextualized. And that's why, from an usability perspective, we look at learning from a national level perspective, learning forum, but as well we're looking at regional learnings. From practice, we piloted a learning network for Kisumu and environs. We hope that it can actually grow into an LREB learning forum, as well as one in Mombasa, which we hope that in the subsequent months it will grow into also a coastal region. The reason is, based on evidence, is different regions, different contexts have different and unique problems. Even if you put together the subject early childhood, the issues around, and particularly in my experience coordinating learning networks in coast, they had I kept interrogating why they have on their Child Care Act, they have the Safer Cities Board. But when we started this engagement, I discovered that Coast Region identified very interesting and unique challenges. There are particular issues around child trafficking, early marriage, unique aspects that if you went to Coast, you only meet. You know, the Mzungu Wangu story is coming. You don't hear that in Nairobi. You won't even understand it in Nairobi. So trafficking, the issue of tourism vis-a-vis education, safety of children, and I think the director is in the room, that's what informed the need for the Safer Cities Board as a process. So the question will be, even as you engage the coast region, is the Safer Cities Board inclusive? Is it addressing their issues as they are? And even when they go through the process of engagement, they can review it, but within their context. If I brought it to Nyanza or Kisumu perspective, the issues are as well unique. There's the blue economy conversation. I was in Kisumu recently and we're having that, and somebody just argued, what does that look like in terms of child care, giving training and TVET training and opportunities, and how do you tap into that? What am I trying to say is there is no one fit all, and we all know ECCED is a default function. What I'm also trying to encourage the audience is look at your area, your region, and be unique to the needs. Even as counties here and directors are in the room, even as you design policies and acts towards ECD or childcare, look at your space. And even if we do best practices, there are contextual issues that should also help. So I think for me, learning is a continuous process. I'm underlining that. It should be encouraged, and we should also bring it up to a national level that can also inform some of the decisions we're making at national, and also create advocacy programs towards where to go from there.
Okay, very well said. Again, we are taking questions from the audience, so if you have any pressing question, please raise your hand and a microphone will be passed on to you. Definitely an enriching conversation here. Now, just a reference again to the presentation you just made, and We've noticed 54 countries in Africa and only 38 countries have ECD policies that advance multi-sectoral approach to ECD. Thankfully, Kenya is one of them, but then again, we still need to pull up our socks. Maybe from your perspective, you can let us know, Moses, where are the gaps? And perhaps what best practices can we draw from among the 38 countries that are listed, of course, with the ones that are at the top tier?
Yeah, thanks so much. I think learning is very essential, and drawing from best practices is key to advancing ECD across the continent. In terms of your question, the gaps in the intersectoral collaboration, looking at the review that we did, although you find that the 38 have some form of multi-sectoral coordination, it's not efficient and effective. So what can we learn from what exists, some of the best practices and the promising kind of approaches that we can learn from? So if you look at multi-sectoral collaboration and coordination, we can think of 3 approaches where we have sectoral, then we have multi-sectoral, then we have integrated approach. Integrated approach is the ideal, but sometimes it's very difficult because of the context. There should be some form of understanding across sectors that if we think about planning, then how do we plan in a way that there is alignment across sectors? 2, when we think about budgeting, how do we budget in a way that we are aligned across sectors, that there is we limit elements of duplication and elements of wastage within the system. When we think about implementation, what are some of the opportunities for convergence? Because basically, if we think about integrated early childhood development, implementation, evaluation, budgeting, financing, that is the ideal. But it's a discussion, I think, in terms of at the policy development, stakeholders, policymakers could think of how do we ensure that there is alignment across those elements. So I think that is what I can be able to say. We can't have one that fits all, but learning that we have the sectoral, which is not the appropriate one, because sectors sit down, they plan themselves, and then they implement. But when you come to multi-sectoral, there is that kind of convergence, alignment, and but if we can go to the ideal, which is integrated, that will be good. But that, yeah, thanks.
Now I've lost my microphone. Is this still there? Okay, you want to chime in?
I love speaking from experience, and when we get into these conversations, I actually think of real scenarios. I think part of the process when it comes to regulatory reforms, and based on work we have done as Udhabiti, one thing that is clear, I think, is even as we sit here across, if you look at different counties, there are departments that are stronger than others, and they seem to have taken lead. I think sitting in this room, we have the 3 key departments: education, health, and finance. And it's deliberate because, based on practice, you see that the connectivity for early childhood is within these 3. But I think the conversation is, and I think the silent discussion and the political question is, who takes lead when it comes to even policy reforms within a county? And that question, I don't think it has a textbook answer that says let education, because everyone at some point will have a basis to say they take lead. The earlier presenter from Population Council actually said something that I picked, that once a child is born until immunization, they are very linked to health, and so health feels they're responsible. Then you wait until they start school, then education feels like they've onboarded, but there is always a vacuum space, some space in there that you can't really tell. And I think that's what sometimes, and he said that's where the stunting occurs and all the other spaces. So the question is, I think for me, the proposal I would say is, it may not necessarily have a lead on which department takes lead, but we could look at each county and say which one is strong and on which issues. Like if it's in a county that demonstrates a stronger approach to health because of the challenges and maybe it's grown, that could anchor the work and link it very closely with what Moses is now saying, that you now work multi-sectorally, but then you know who takes lead and otherwise. It's a proposal where I sit, because I don't think we could sit here, even at national, and propose that it's standard that these will go under this department. You still want to work across. Unfortunately, I think we only have 3 departments represented in this room, but the reality is when you speak early childhood, we need agriculture. Here we need water, we need urban development. Planning, yes. So you need everyone. And so I think the conversation needs to be contextualized in each county, but realistically I agree with Moses, it has to have those 3 elements.
I want to concur with what Joyce is saying on the multi-sectoral collaboration. I was looking into, for instance, I look at this child. Gone are the days where we used to say ECCED is something that we can discuss. Gone are the days where we used to say it's education. Now we are removing the ECCED from education. It's like a child for the education, but now it's already devolved. The ECCED itself is devolved. And when you talk about the early child development, we cannot only talk about education, because we have to look at this child all round. So we have to see what will this child feed on. As this child receive all the immunizations that are required for them to grow. And then we also talk about the women economic empowerment under this, because this is where we talk about, is this mother or this caregiver having enough resources to provide for this child? And then we look into areas of maybe responsive caregiving. Is this mother trained on the various angles about to deal with this child? Because I know we talk a lot about children's stimulation. When I'll talk about nutrition. When you talk about the nutrition itself, it's not enough without the stimulation, without that caregiver being responsive caregiving, without this child having enough materials to like play or interact with them. It's also not enough the child being left alone with the materials without the caregiver not being very active to interact with this child. So the multi-sectoral collaboration or multi-sectoral engagement came into that aspect. That's why you find, like in the various conferences that we have, you find that various departments are represented. In addition to the departments that we're saying, we need to also start the conversation with them.
Okay, now allow me to move this conversation forward, because we only have a few minutes to close it. And financing of ECCED in Africa is heavily reliant on the government allocation and donor funding, yet it is still not enough. I think that was underscored by Moses's presentation here. So I'll start off with you, Rachel, now that you have the microphone. What do we need to adopt to ensure consistent funding and financing for ECCED, and especially because this is what fuels and oils the networks?
Okay, what we need to do for us to get increased financing for the ECCED, we need to keep the conversations going, because not unless we keep talking about this, at some point it will be forgotten. So the more noise we make, the more sensitization we make to various stakeholders, to various donors, to various private sectors that we meet, we can increase on the financing. I was also thinking about the CSRs that the private companies have. I think we also need to be strategic to involve them, because we find that we as organization depend a lot on the donors, because the donors have supported us highly, and we are very grateful, and we have to continue involving them or engaging them. But there's this other department that we've not strategically involved. These are the private sectors or the private companies that have CSRs. We need to do a lot of sensitization to the private sectors so they can see the need to invest on the ECCEDs. Because I think the biggest gap that is there is we've not engaged them so much to start the conversations with them, but we can do strengthen public-private partnerships for us to be able to get those resources from the CSRs to be targeted to the ECCEDs.
Okay, very well said. And now, Moses, at this point, how can we ensure that the money we talk about goes to meet the immediate needs within ECCED? Because I believe I picked on the fact that you said there's a gap there.
Yeah, thanks. I think I agree with my colleague in terms of looking at ways of ensuring that there is sustainable financing for ECD, and looking at some of the things that can be considered in terms of ensuring that there is increased budgeting for ECD. And I'm thinking of like a conditional grant that is provided to ECD. For example, you find that countries benefit from conditional grants for various kind of work that is going on at the county level. Therefore, it will be good for us to consider a conditional grant for early childhood. This conditional grant should be attached to various outcomes for children. We could also think about innovative approaches. For example, I know of social bond that is considered by, I think, in South Africa. Maybe counties could explore how this social bond could be used as an alternative financing model. So I'm also thinking about how do we bring the controller of budget and Commission for Revenue Allocation into this discussion, so that as we consider the matrix of funding to counties in terms of devolved functions, then ECD can feature into that. So I think these are conversations that we should continue with so that we can explore better ways of financing ECD, but at the same time ensuring that there are allocative decisions in terms of where this money should go to. We ensure that that is taken care of to ensure that children realize better outcomes. Thank you.
Okay, even as you chime in, Joyce, because we really need to keep this tight, accountability has come up here over and over again. So what accountability mechanisms are currently in place to improve ECCD outcomes in Kenya, and how effective are they, or what should we do more?
Thank you. It actually gives me a hand in just the addition. I think from where I sit and how I look at the situation, as counties appropriate budgets, there's the whole outcry of allocation to early childhood being low from national government. That's a reality. But even as we lobby for more funds to come down to the counties, I think one of the gaps, and there have been breakaway sessions that we talked about, these on investment and budgeting. Of course, I'm not even going to the space that says we're only doing certain things like building classroom and employing teachers. I've not even gone there. But the other level for me is, we've appropriated money, we've allocated monies to ECD, but the departments as well, and this again was said yesterday, we are doing a lot more of these allocated, using the same money to get bursaries for those going to Form 1. There's a joke across counties, and we say it silently in boardrooms, that ECD children don't vote. But you know, bursaries and above are closer to voting. So there is a political line in there that we must take care of, and it's a reality. But I always play it around and say it's because we've not also raised awareness to counties to make them realize that ECD are products of people in their reproductive years. If you asked me, those are voters. As she said, take care of those young women with small children, they will give you votes. So I think we can play with the narrative and still appeal to the political class to understand that there is an opportunity to invest in ECD. I keep saying this and I'll keep preaching it because it's the truth. And so accountability, I think, in terms of when you're looking at budget line, you're not clearly able to tell this went to this line for ECD. There is also the multi-sectoral sense of looking at it. If you try to do an analysis, and I think there's some papers in this conference have spoken to this, we have not put together what health, education, and the other, including agriculture, actually contribute towards ECD. So probably even our numbers, we're not very sure what is the accurate percentage allocation to actually to early childhood. We may be underreporting or maybe not, but I think that looking at it from a multi-sectoral will also help in terms of accountability and appropriation.
On a day-to-day, I work with Africa and ECCED engagement, and I'm happy to be here, especially dialoguing on the issue policy, a very topic that is close to my heart, so I hope I can enjoy as much as you can enjoy. Karibuni. My rapporteur for today is Adu Choltman. Please raise your hand. Thank you. She'll be rapporteuring for us. So the instructions are basic. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 presentations, and each presentation has 10 minutes. That tells you we have quite content to cover. If you had the program, I don't know if we had synchronized them, but because of interest to leave, Samburu County representative will be given a chance to start before the main presentation by Dr. Helen Elsie. So kindly, if we may, if the presentation is up, team, I would love to welcome Mr. Jemen Lentoini, Director ECCED, Samburu County.
Thank you, Grace, for that very long introduction. I'm really sorry you got the entire theme, but it's great to be here. And I just want to say that I'm presenting on behalf of a really big team. And to be honest, there are lots of people in the team that know a lot more about Kenyan policy than I do. So I may well defer to them when we come to the questions. But basically what we did in our study was review national policies and review the county intervention development plans. And that's what we want to present today, some of the findings from that review. Next slide. So I think everybody here is now very familiar with the nurturing care framework. So I'm very happy I don't need to go through details of each component with you, but just to explain that that's how we reviewed each of the policies. So we took each aspect of the nurturing care framework, we looked at the subsections within each of those 5 aspects, and then went through all the policies and all the county integrated development plans to see when those elements were mentioned in the plans. So we tried to be as systematic as we could be. So our main aims were not only to identify the extent that the policies and plans address the nurturing care framework, but also to look very specifically at whether childcare centres were addressed. Mainly because that links to a couple of the projects that APHRC are working on, and I think some of you may have seen their presentations over the last few days, so that was a specific interest of our research. Next slide, please. So we took national policies from 2010, given that that was the constitutional change in 2010. So we searched for all of those national policies, and we were very lucky to have a very sort of eminent team. We're really well plugged in to networks within Kenya to try to identify all of those policies. We then got all of the county integrated development plans, all 47, and we had a team of 10 reviewers who then went through each of those policies and looked for specific details within those policies that met the aspects of the nurturing care framework. Now what we did in the CIDPs is that we looked for when those plans, first of all, mentioned that particular item so it was mentioned in the plan. And that was given a score of 1+. If it was mentioned and it was then in the budget, that really crucial thing, it got a score of 2. And if it was not mentioned at all, it got a cross or a 0. So we applied that across all the CIDPs. In the national policies, because they don't have that element of budget attached, we look to see whether that element of the nurturing care framework was actually applicable to that type of policy. So sometimes it just wasn't applicable. If it was, we then just measured whether it was mentioned or not mentioned. So we tried to be really systematic. I have to just give a caveat that sometimes it's quite hard to tell the specifics of the actions and the plans and actually which elements it covered. So I think in a way I don't want to go into the detail of each particular policy or each particular CIDP, but I think when we look at them in a whole, you can get some really good ideas about some of the gaps and some of the areas that are addressed quite well. So next slide please. Oh great, okay, so this is just shows in detail the process that we went through to identify all the policies and all the plans and sort of explains how we ultimately came up with 47 CIDPs, so these are from 2018 to 2022, and 19 national education and health policies. So we focused on education and health in particular. Next slide. So these are the findings. So I'll start with the national policies. So looking at the first domain of the nurturing care framework, which is around good health. You can then see the subdomains from family planning, immunization. I hope the text isn't too small, I hope you can read it okay. But you can see at the top then, care for children with disabilities. So we had 64% of national policies actually covered that and mentioned that. So that was a real strength. And there were some surprising things in there. There was quite good coverage around prevention of things like smoking and alcohol abuse, but less focus on some of the areas around newborn and sick babies. Nutrition, similarly, a good focus in some areas and quite well covered in the national policies. Next slide. So then we get on to the elements of responsive caregiving and opportunities for early learning. And this is where we really start to see the gaps. And this just came out very clearly. And real gaps in terms of support to caregivers, working with and support to fathers and including fathers. If you can just click, we should get a little thing appearing. Because you can see there, under the opportunities for early learning, yeah, if you just could press click, something should fly in and appear. No? Okay, it won't. So under one of the elements of that is good quality childcare and daycare. So we're very interested in that, and you can see a really good score there of 80%. But I want to really highlight that this is mainly for the ECCED centres of 4 years and above. And when you look at the 0 to 3 years, that was a big gap. Next slide, please. There we go. And the next slide, thank you. And similarly, safety and security, there was a good focus on things like water and sanitation, but less focus on kind of environmental pollution, indoor air pollution. Next slide, please. So this is now looking at the CIDP. So on these graphs, if the bar is grey, it means it's not mentioned at all. If the bar is orange, it means it's mentioned in the plan, but there's no budget. And if it's green, it means it's mentioned with a budget. So the green ones are the ones to really look for. And you can see that ANC, antenatal care and childbirth care, is doing pretty well. Family planning also, and mother-to-child transmission of HIV. But some real gaps, and I think one of the things that's particularly interesting is on disabilities. We had that very good score at the national level, when you get down to the 47 CIDPs, you can see there are no green bars for that top one, so it's not addressed in the budgets, which I think is really interesting. Next slide. So, and similarly with nutrition, there was some good coverage. Again, lots of things mentioned, but not in the budget. And next slide. And then we see responsive caregiving. So you see there's only 3 green bars out of all of those areas. So really limited budget available around responsive caregiving in the early years. And next slide. And similarly opportunities for learning in the early years. So again, the good quality daycare, and I think this really represents the ECCED centres that have sprung up. Next slide, please. And if you just move to the next slide. So I think we also looked at this issue around centre-based care and how well that was addressed. And I think really the key points to bring out here are that this gap in terms of the 0 to 3 years old and the lack of focus on childcare facilities within all of those plans and national policies. We saw a real mix of public and private daycare centres represented across the different counties with kind of regional variations, which was really interesting to see. And next slide, please. To conclude, so yeah, very clear gap in provision for 3 years and below in both the national policies and the CIDPs. I think that's a key message. And I think we shouldn't miss that there were some really things that were really well covered. So water and sanitation and focus on health. So I think some of those elements are coming through much more clearly. Plans to involve fathers, very, very limited. So I think that's another key gap across national policy and CIDPs. And I think I will stop there because I know we are short of time. I hope that's okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Elsie. Quite some highlights there. I think realizing that and this just continues the conversation we had at main plenary, that the basic years are not adequately covered by counties. ANC, family planning, AMTCT, disability seems to be doing well, but when you look at disability and responsible caregiving, opportunities for early learning, the issues of budgeting, I think just to continue with the conversation we had at plenary, I think the question has always been, especially in the year, is it a national function, is it a county function, and this in a way I think continues to bring a challenge. Who is in charge and who helps the children with disabilities at county level? Thank you so much, Dr. Elsie, for those insights. I think the conversation will continue even as we move to plenary. Very quickly, I would love us to move forward. Just an apology, I acknowledge the main presenter, but I failed to acknowledge the 2 additionals, Alicia Butomia and Abella Award. Are they in this room? No, I think I am confused. I'm getting closer for the other ones. But apologies again, I stick to be guided. So very quickly, let us move to Nairobi County. Raphael? Oh. Raphael Kinyungu is the Director Policy and Partnerships, Nairobi County. Round of applause as he takes the stage, please.
Thank you, James, for this opportunity. And since we have limited time, I go straight to our presentation. The first aspect of our presentation was how the county is ensuring that it has an central approach to the nurturing care framework. And the first thing, I got the first slide. A bit of history. Nairobi has always approached the matters of children in an conceptual manner. When you look at Nairobi City County, you will find that before, It was Nairobi City Council. Where there were hospitals, there were nurseries. So the health department and the education department, water, lands was working together. And then sometimes we lost the way, and the development in Nairobi and the population grew, unprecedented, and some of the public spaces started disappearing. So the multisectoral approach was there, it is still there, but we have some challenges as we're going to see. So first slide, Nairobi County has always promoted multisectoral approach to ECD. When it comes to nutrition, for example, Nairobi has a school health department that deals with the issues of health in all levels of education, starting from preschool to the university level. So what do? They assess and they link learners to health facilities. They talk about maternal nutrition. They initiate and talk about exclusive breastfeeding. In fact, there were even breastfeeding lessons at Kumwani and the subsequent, the next nursery schools, the standalones. And then they also offer the macronutrient supplementation for mothers and children, and they ensure that children have physical activity, and they manage severe malnutrition as well as overweight and obesity. That is an example of an ECD school called Plainsview in South B, and that is the school lunch or the feeding program, and the menu is normally given by the school health department. Next. When it comes to good health, the school health department has 8 thematic areas as per the school health policy guidelines. And what do? They immunize, and they also provide counseling for monitoring, growth. They monitor the growth and they offer counseling services. And they also talk about prevention and treatment of childhood illnesses and physical and mental health, and care for children with developmental difficulties or disabilities. That is the school health unit staff, and that is one of the public preschools in a place called the North. The North is the only dental clinic for children, public. And next to the hospital, there was a preschool. Next, when it comes to matters of education, what are we doing? Already we have 237 ECD centers. But before devolution, we had 205. So the number is growing, although there are challenges as we mentioned. In our financial budgets, we are planning to construct 10 schools every year. Why are we constructing 10 schools every year? Because in most of the public primary schools, the ECD is just given a class. And you find they keep on shifting from one class to another depending on the needs of the head teacher. So this building, most of them taking place in the public primary schools. And the county government has also recruited teachers, and there is a lot of continuous capacity building for teachers on matters of caregiving, matters of positive parenting, and so on and so forth. There is key emphasis on water and sanitation, and there is also key investment in play equipment and facilities. In fact, in Nairobi, we started the free ECD capitation grants, which we sent to schools. When we send to the school boards the money is divided according to vote years, and one of the vote years is play equipment. And we have seen a lot of investment in schools providing for that. Next, before you move, I want to say something. Let's go back. When you look at the first picture, that is a group of young ones. And in Nairobi, you have a problem of land. So the community came and identified a land, a piece of land in Embakasi, Ruai area, the areas of Kabuku. And then once we get that piece of land, the school starts immediately. It's going to be in Anabati, but as we plan to build a proper school, we start an ECD center immediately. Next. For safety, protection, and responsive care giving, the Nairobi County government has a Child Care and Facilities Act. We are in the process of developing the regulations so that we can operationalize that act. In fact, we are working with the committee. And we are also developing Nairobi County Child Protection and Safeguarding policy. Within the sector, we normally do rescue, we rehabilitate and we also integrate children to their families, especially the street children and other vulnerable children. Then we also provide safe spaces for such kind of children, and we offer psychosocial support. Down there, you can see a child. We have, I think, 5 children homes, and we provide them with education meals all the way to tertiary level. Next. When it comes to financial allocation, the last 3 years, we were able to earmark around 138 million directly for ECD, 120 million for the coming year, and the other one is around 200 and something million. Down there I've written small notes to explain. The sector that takes care of education is quite huge, and it has so many programs. We have gender, we have youth, we have sports, we have social services, and so on and so forth. So we normally get a budget of like 1.7, 1.8 million. All those programs go up, most of the money is meant for education. We can move further. On health, we have 134 million, it increases to 200 and something. And we also have the school health program. We have been getting 6 million every year for the last 3 years consecutively. Next. Then the achievements. Very briefly, what have we achieved? One, we have committed funds for free ECD. And that one has brought a lot of improvement in terms of enrollment. We have also improved access by building schools. We have developed the management of ECD schools by making function of VOMs. We have a feeding program, we have employed teachers, and we are always offering continuous capacity building for our teachers. Next, for health, the achievements include dissemination of the school health policy. They have trained personnel on various health issues. They have warmed close to 250,000 of children in Nairobi within a year. And we have provided COVID materials, and we have strengthened the school health clubs. And lastly, this aspect of adolescents, the integration of pregnant teens back to school, providing them with maternal, infant, and young child nutrition. Next, challenges. This is where I was talking about. One is lack of space to enroll majority of pupils in public schools. We know that the school is part of basic education. It should be compulsory and free. When 90% are getting the services from private practitioners, it cannot be free. There is a gap in the legal framework to guide registration of these schools by the county. If we have time, we will elaborate on that. Delays in disbursement of funds, sometimes from the National Treasury, sometimes from the county treasury, to do some of the ECD programs. There is lack of accurate data from private schools and updates with regard to school enrollment. And there is a challenge of attaining inclusive education due to limited capacity for early detection as well as the few referral centers. The last one, inadequate budget allocations, and that is why my feel was we need more elected leaders here. And then lastly, we have weakened the multi-sectoral coordination, because to provide education and proper early children development, you need, especially the sectors, health, education, lands, working together so that they can identify that. What are our priority areas for the next 1 year? We want to lobby for increased budgetary allocation to those sectors. Very important. We want to continue implementing and adhering to the Ministry of Education guidelines and other acts that deal with children, and we want to strengthen the conceptual approach and collaborate with key stakeholders, including the CSOs, in addressing ECD issues. We want to implement the school health policy. We want to improve the referral tools and schools, and we want to scale up immunization and nutrition, roaming, and all the other services that are related for children. I'm told my time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raphael. Apologies, I know you have a lot to digest. I have a privilege of being the economy is a bedroom, so this one I know. If they say something contrary, I will point it out. And he knows what I'm talking about. So thank you so much. Just some highlights. It's a unique one because Nairobi presents as the urban nature of a county. And so you start seeing the dynamics of space, but as well, and just looking at the multiplicity of what a department holds. Sometimes it starts watering down what ECD should focus on, because when you have gender youth programs, all that's where we get the bursary discussion within an ECD discussion. Probably it's something we can continue reflecting on. Very quickly, I want to welcome with humility Mr. John Sibitiet, Director ECD Kajiado County. Karibu sana. And I would love, Raphael, if you could, you need to move in front because there will be a panel session that we need to engage with.
Good afternoon. My name is John Spitiet. So I'm here to present what Kajiado County is doing for nurturing our children in our schools. Next. So within the multi-sectoral approach nurturing care framework, we work with the Department of Water. We are also working with the Department of Health and even Environment. All these departments come together to make sure that the child benefits in one way or the other. Department of Water provide us with water. They give us water tanks in all the ECD centers built by the county government. Also, this environment, Department of Environment provides seedlings in our ECD centers, especially the ones which are fenced, and then we always propagate that we should get the fruit trees so that children can have that one during lunchtime. Department of Health, with the Department of Health, let's go back. Yeah, these are people in that department. They help in deworming, immunization, and also the issue of nutrition. They take care by training even our ECD teachers whenever we have meetings with them. Then we have the other development partners who are also together with us to issues of capacity building and even on policies, regulations, and even implementation of the same, especially the issue of advocacy for the county government to be able to implement the policies which are in place. Next. Yeah, for the last 2 years, this is a budget for education, especially for the current, for paying our teachers and other things concerning current issues. So for the 2020-2021, 552 million, then 2021-2022, we now operate with 608 million. While the ones for health is 2.2 billion, and then it has increased to 2.4. Within that time, we were able to construct and complete 983 ECD classrooms. Within the 983, we have a few, about 50 of them. We call them ECD centers. In that ECD center is where we have 3 classrooms, and then we have toilets, and all of the furniture are in place. We have employed 877 ECD teachers on permanent basis, permanent and pensionable terms. We are able to monitor to make sure that the new curriculum, that is the 2663, is well implemented. And even the issue of data have been taken care of, and even the capacity building of our teachers. Most of the time, we are working together with our development partners, especially with the BT, and feed the children to make sure that our teachers are well trained, especially on CBC. So that's how we are able to mobilize resources to make sure that we have the teaching and learning resources for our teachers and even our ECD children. Yeah, we do registration of ECD centers, but it is an issue because we don't have a legal framework to back us on that. Though we still do it because we have a quality assurance department in the same department of ECD. So we provide fortified porridge during break time for our ECD centers. Yeah, we have 25 ECD wards in the county, and all of them are manned by ECD ward coordinators. Next. Yeah, there's a number of challenges, but maybe I would like to highlight on the issue of mobility, especially our field officers, is a big issue because when they are moving around, to make sure they supervise, they evaluate and monitor the curriculum and other things, it becomes an issue. The long distance from home to school hinders most of our children from accessing ECD learning. This is due to the vastness of the county. We don't have an ECD teachers training resource center. That is a big issue in that particular place, especially for training new teachers and even for refresher courses. The teaching approach, the methods of the teacher, the methods our teachers are using is totally different. This is because they come from different colleges. That's why we need a resource center in that particular area. Also, deployment of we don't have proper facilities for storing of our ECD textbooks. So most of the times when we have them in the center, they are destroyed, and even the equipment for cooking and even feeding our children. These are some of the challenges we are facing in the field, but we feel that we have a way to address them. Next. Yeah, the priority areas, more training for all our ECD teachers on competence-based curriculum. We need a school to handle special needs. Is encouraged to take care of various forms of disability in the county. ECD teachers and parents need more sensitization of the importance of our ECD centers and children learning in those centers. Assessment of ECD centers for routine visit. Parents have said that. Training of ECD boards of management. Yeah, already we have board of management. I'm told 3 minutes. Okay, still have time to finish. Okay, thank you. So we already have BOMs or board of management in our ECD centers. Of late, we have established the ECCED in the county, so we feel that we have a way forward to manage the development of our young children in the county. Thank you very much.
Mr. Subject deserves a better clap than that. Thank you so much. Kajiado is a unique one. I always say it's expansivity and the dynamism. On one end, you're dealing with a very pastoralist sided aspect. On another, you're dealing with Kitengela, that is an upcoming space, and they also now begin having the urban informal challenges. So very interesting, and I think his presentation has highlighted that very sparse types of interventions that are needed, considering the different elements that present itself on ECCED. Thank you, sir. Very quickly, we'll transition to the next. Mr. Mohammed Salat Dagane, I am aware you do not have a presentation up, but we will definitely allow you, with your experience, to talk to us through your experience in 10 minutes, sir.
So thank you very much. I don't have PowerPoint presentation. I'll be very quick. I think I'm not the one who's presenting for this event. All the other guys from ECCED are this. So I'll just talk about our collaborations with the Ministry of Education and ECCED, and as a county organizer, how we work together. Areas that we collaborate. One of the areas is we do deworming for the children every 6 months, and especially through Malaysia programs. We also have the vitamin A supplementation through also Malaysia programs, the Ministry of Health and others. We also have immunization and SIS, mental immunizations. That time, we normally collaborate with the Ministry of Education and give immunization to the children. Also, we collaborate in terms of issue of birth certificates. You know, our community is a Romani community, and most of the time, the children do not go for birth certificates. And we know they don't realize maybe when they want to join higher education that they require birth certificates, and we managed to collaborate with UNICEF and other partners, and about 1,699 children in 10 schools were able to provide them with birth certificates. We also managed to give hand washing equipments through wash programs up to 120 schools in the county, and also we have done the collaboration with the Ministry of Education, 120 schools. We managed to do some fumigation, especially during the COVID-19 periods when the outbreaks was at the peak. We also collaborate in terms of school feeding programs, whereby the county government gives some oranges to the schools, especially the ECCED, and we have a program. We have about 220 children schools that we give it to this program, and we assist them through the Ministry of Health.
To school hinders most of our children from accessing ECD learning. This is due to the vastness of the county. There, we don't have an ECD teachers training resource center, and that is a big issue in that particular place, especially for training new teachers and even for refresher courses. The teaching approach, the methods of the teacher, the methods our teachers are using is totally different. This is because they come from different colleges. That's why we need a resource center in that particular area. Also, deployment of, We don't have proper facilities for storing of our ECD textbooks. So most of the times when we have them in the center, they are destroyed, and even the equipment for cooking and even feeding our children. These are some of the challenges we are facing in the field, but we feel that we have a way to address them. Next. Yeah, the priority areas, more training for all our ECD teachers on competence-based curriculum. School, we need a school to handle special needs. Is encouraged to take care of various forms of disability in the county. ECD teachers and parents need more sensitization on the importance of our ECD centers and children learning in those centers. Assessment of ECD centers for routine visit. Parents have said that. Training of ECD boards of management. Yeah, already we have board of management. I'm told 3 minutes. Okay, still have time to finish. Okay, thank you. So we already have BOMs or board of managements in our ECD centers. Of late, we have established the CECCED in the county. So we feel that we have a way forward to manage the development of our young children in the county. Thank you very much.
No, Mr. Sipitiet deserves a better clap than that. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Kajiado is a unique one. I always say its expansivity and the dynamism. On one end, you're dealing with a very pastoralist side and aspect. On another, you're dealing with Kitengela, Ngong, that is an upcoming space, and they also now begin having the urban informal challenges. So very interesting, and I think his presentation has highlighted that very sparse types of interventions that are needed, considering the different elements that present itself on ECD. Thank you, sir. Very quickly, we'll transition to the next. Mr. Mohammed Salat Dagane, I am aware you do not have a presentation up, but we will definitely allow you, with your experience, to talk to us through your experience in 10 minutes, sir. Excuse me. Sanitize. We'll use this.
So thank you very much. I don't have PowerPoint presentation, and I'll be very quick. I think I'm the only one who's presenting for the Ministry of Health. All the other guys were on ECD directors. So I'll just talk about our collaborations with the Ministry of Education and the ECD, and as a county of Garissa, how we work together, and the areas that we collaborate. One of the areas is we do deworming for the children every 6 months, and especially through Malezi Bora programs. We also have the vitamin A supplementation through also Malezi Bora programs in the Ministry of Health and others. We also have immunization and SIS, supplemental immunizations during that time. We normally collaborate with the Ministry of Education and give the immunization to the children. Also, we collaborate in terms of issuing of birth certificates. You know, our community is a nomadic community, and most of the time, the children do not go for birth certificates. And you know, they only realize maybe when they want to join higher education that they require birth certificates, and we managed to collaborate with UNICEF and other partners, and about 1,699 children in 10 schools were able to provide them with the birth certificates. We also managed to give hand washing equipments through WASH programs up to 120 schools in the county. And also we have done, with the collaboration with the Ministry of Education, 120 schools we managed to do some fumigation, especially during the COVID-19 periods when the outbreaks was at the peak. We also collaborate in terms of school feeding programs, whereby the county government gives some porridges to the schools, especially the ECCED. And the program, we have about 220 children and schools that we give it to this program, and we assist them through the Ministry of Health. We also do periodical health education, screening, to identify children suffering from common illness in the county, like maybe we check for disabilities, we check for other worms and other minor illnesses, and we give them treatments. We also collaborate with the Ministry of Education through us, through the community health volunteers. We have 250 community units in the Garza County, and we integrate with ECCEDs, and we make sure that the community health volunteers will go to the community and bring the school-going children to come and attend schools. Sometimes our community, being pastoral and taking care of animals, a priority may not be for them to take their children to school. We also have, through the Malazibora activities in the Ministry of Health that occurs every 6 months, twice in a year, we collaborate with the Ministry of Education. We also do trainings for the ECD teachers and others on basic education, and we share strategies to actually strengthen our integration networks with the ministry. We have also multi-sectional technical working groups between us and the Ministry of Education for coordination of ECDs at the county level and the sub-county levels. We also conduct quarterly monitoring and evaluation in our county. And lastly, most of the schools, we managed to post nurses who are going to do checking of children periodically, and also public health officers at the zonal levels in the sub-counties and the counties. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mohamed Salat Dagane, and adding on to the flavor of the discussion, complementing what Dr. Elsie spoke about, bringing in an additional element to health issues. Thank you so much. I think he's highlighted to me things I've listened to, Malazibora element in our work, and as well as the birth registration, a safety issue as well, and the focus on the multi-sectoral agencies working together and departments of government. Let's proceed and listen to Dr. Mwangi Gishuhi, Director, ECD Library and Resources, Mombasa County. Karibu sa. I don't know whether you have the microphone. Oh, thanks. He can.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, my name is Mwangi Gishuhi, Director in charge of Early Childhood, and also the libraries in the Department of Education and ICT, Mombasa. And I'm delighted to be part of this conversation, the dialogues that are taking place here. And one of the key things is that we are collaborating very well. And as we leave this place, ensure that you have contacts of any relevant person to you. Mombasa is a coastal town. And being a coastal town is cosmopolitan. We have all communities in Mombasa. Now going straight to the issue, we had been given a template and on multi-sectoral components of nurturing care. I've realized that we almost have similar programs in all the counties because we have been working very, very well with the departments of agriculture, departments of health, finance, and all those other departments. Let me go to the first one, and that is good health. You know, health comes at the center of everything. When a child is not healthy, the child cannot attend any kind of schooling. And when a child is hungry, definitely that child won't go to school. So we have been working with Department of Health. They always call us when they have a program, like we have the deworming. And within Mombasa County, we have been able to deworm 47,432 children in early childhood. And also we have administered vitamin A, jabs to 43,789 children. This is done through collaboration with ECCED teachers. They are first trained on how to do that work by the Department of Health, and then they go into the field and they're able to perform their work. One of the things that we realized is that our children have a problem. And we have been looking at the children who come from the low economic areas. And the Department of Health decided that they will give some weighing scales to some schools. So they gave about 87 weighing scales so that they can be able to monitor the growth of these children. Teachers were trained, and that exercise is ongoing. On the issue of nutrition, we have Mombasa Child Care Act of 2016. And within this act, we have a program, which is a flagship program of His Excellency the Governor, of school milk. Why did we decide to give the children milk? Yet we do not have cows in Mombasa, neither camels or goats. But we realized that our children are going to school without having taken any kind of breakfast. At times you could go to a school and you find that the children are just not very active, or some are even fainting because of hunger. And we decided that the best food that we can give to a child is none other than milk. Because at the point of sealing that milk and the point of taking that milk, the hygiene conditions will be actually taken care of. So we have a good milk program in Mombasa, and we feed the children from PP1 up to grade 3. It has raised a lot of issues with audit, but we have been able to defend that program, and our county nutritionist from the health department told us that there's nothing else that we can be able to give those children apart from milk. So they get a packet of milk, 200 ml, every school day for a whole year. This is a program that started way back in 2015, and it is slowed down because of COVID, but it's going to come back again. So we are able to give the children who come to school. We have seen an increment in terms of enrollment. And the moment the milk is not there, I don't know what happens. Children do not come to school. You find that there is a decrease in enrollment. So this is one thing that we need to do. Now we also have the safety and protection. We have Mombasa Social Protection Strategy 2017. This is a program that focused on the needs of the county. The first thing that we realized is that those children with disability cannot be able to access education simply because of the complications when you take a child to school. They have to use some means of transport. When you put such a child in a tuk-tuk or on a border, definitely you will not be very safe. You know that you have given that child not the safest mode of transport. And we have challenges when you put such children in matatus, because matatus may not wait for that child to board and also embark from the matatu. So we realize this is a problem. So from education, we say that we are going to look for a modified bus transport. And this bus transport should be able to cater for the children. we have already decided that we shall be able to run with this bus in one of the counties, that is Likoni. And we were asking ourselves whether there is any county that is doing that. And we were told Kisumu, they have a very good bus transport for the children. And we had to go to Kisumu, and we met Leonard Cheshire, and they have a good transport, school transport for their children. So that's one of the areas that we decided that it's a good area for Mombasa County. The other one is that the parents of such children who are who have disabilities experience a lot of problems. And through the generous efforts of the UNICEF, we were able to secure some funding, and UNICEF has really supported us. They gave the cash transfers for the parents who have children with disability. And we were able to map out over 3,164 children of different types of disabilities in Mombasa. So we have the data, it's already there, and we have been able to give to the households 2,000 shillings per month for 6 months. They have been receiving these stipends. These are unconditional transfers for school-related costs. We are still doing the monitoring on how they are using that. You can see I have 3 minutes. Now the other one is we look for the opportunities for learning. We have what we call the Ministry of Education Tayari program, which was piloted in about 5 counties in Kenya. And this program has already started in Mombasa. We are going to do about 40 schools in Mombasa. This is a program that will support the CBC. We also have the digital learning in Mombasa is another opportunity for learning. And we have established 75 ECCED centers. And each school has been supplied with at least 3 digital devices. We have a partner who is supporting us from Germany, and they are actually there. We have also a program that we have come up with. This is on robotics. I believe this one has been in the media for quite some time. We realize that children are living in a digital world, and we need to prepare the human capital as early childhood. And one thing that we had 2 weeks ago is competitions on the robotics. And you could see how amazing the children can be able to assemble the entry kits, the robots, until they function. They could come up with an elephant trunk and some models, and they were doing amazingly some good work. So this is an opportunity for the young children, because through the CBC, the space is widened up. We also have the human-centered design. This is an action research through the Aga Khan Foundation. They have selected about 20 schools working on solutions, problem-solving solutions for their lives, which emanate from home to school and to the community. Then we have the special needs. This is an area that we are working very closely with special needs institutions. We have 1,927 children who are accessing our schools in 37 special needs schools and also the units in Mombasa. Now the budget for Mombasa in 2019-2020, you can see we have a total of 238.8 million, where half of that money goes to school milk program, because the school milk take a lot of money, 120 million, through that act. We also have, in the 2020-2021, we have 174.3 million, while the school milk took 90 million. We also have constructions of the schools and the other programs. Key achievements in this program, we have the Mombasa County Child Act. We also have a strong PPP support of the ECCED programs with Aga Khan and the other partners. We also have the social protection strategy. This one mitigates on the social challenges within the county. And they're also using the multi-sector approach on the staff capacity and parental empowerment. The other slide. Next slide, please. Priority areas in the next 1 year is to complete all the infrastructural projects. We are also setting up the county education, county early childhood education committees. We haven't set them up, though we have some BOMs. We also want to harmonize the key stakeholders programs for better working environment, and also the full implementation of teachers' scheme of service. We already have it, but it's not working very well. We also want to engage relevant stakeholders and non-state actors on developing policies and regulations, and I want to thank Udhabiti. They have really done some good work in Mombasa, and also collaborate with other departments for special needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daktari, for those insights. Just a few highlights. I think even as we listen to these presentations, I would love us to, I think we are beginning to already start seeing what are some of the best practices that we could borrow, what are some of the gaps, and I think this just helps us to start reflecting. Even as you think of that session we'll have that will be quite short, we could start reflecting on what are the things we could borrow and beg. That was very comprehensive, I think, for Mombasa. They've tried to touch in all places, but all counties, I think we encourage you to continue reflecting. Where should our priorities be? Like we said in the earlier session, look at your county, see where the need is, where is your need strongest, and I think we start having that conversation. It may not be one fit all, but which areas do you think are yours to consider for priority? Our last speaker is Mr. Shadrach Kipruto Morogo. And sir, after you, he is the Director Education Uasin Gishu. After you're done, we have added an extra seat so that you can participate in the discussion with your colleagues, sir. Karibu.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Shadrach Kipruto Morogo, Director Education, County Government of Uasin Gishu. If we can just mention about Uasin Gishu, it is unique. The way Mombasa is unique, because it is a sea or a link to the sea, even as it is the entry point to Uganda, Rwanda, Sudan, Southern Sudan, and also Rwanda and Burundi. So that is Uasin Gishu. Also, it is an area where we can say in all the papers when there is a marathon, it is known. It is the city of champions, as well as it is a leading production of maize and wheat. So when we just mention about that, we say we can just mention that the whole points it cut across. If we can just mention about the characteristics in all the counties. But I'm going to mention the key points here. The key achievement here, we have the availability of health policies guidelines on child growth and development. We have the free maternal child health care, reaching out to defaulters of child immunization programs and addressing missed opportunities. Malezi Bora, that is about vitamin A supplementary. We have deworming of children. This one we deworm twice in a year. Cross-sectoral arrangement, engagement in issues affecting children in deworming, where normally we have the health discussion in our schools. And then we have early identification and intervention for children with disabilities, child rescue services. We say it's unique. That is an area where we have inclusive kind of education. It is a county which has three very important facilities. One, it has a rescue center under the county government of Uasin Gishu. And that is an area where we have an ECCED with employed teachers, and also it has a health facility in that given area where it has been constructed by the county government. And then also we have the reporting of growth of children in Kenya's health information system, which is common to all the county governments. We have the provision of clean water in all the ECD centers because of that support from the Department of Water. And then also we have the formation of the management board in ECD. That is an area where we have the board that normally manage our ECDs. We have the feeder schools, our ECDs, which are referred to as the feeder schools. We normally identify, depending on some of the factors. I mentioned that that is an agricultural area. For you to reach another family, you can cover about 500 for about 100 acres or 100 acreage in a given area. And sometimes for the security of learners, it is not good for these young people to grow the maize plantation. And that is why we have a feeder school. And that feeder school, those feeder schools, they are attached to the main school. That is why that is an area where we have the feeder schools. And then also we have the partnership with stakeholders to support school feeding programs. I just mentioned about the stakeholders. Here I have just mentioned some of the NGOs, like the Merry Meals. We have the parents, where we do together to provide the meals for these people, for the learners. And then also we have enhanced child-friendly learning environment. In our school, it is just a design, which are referred to as the model. They are referred to the models because it is a combination of the two classrooms plus the center part, which is an administration block. Within that area, it has some division. It has the office, it has the store, it has a staff room in that given area. So they are referred to as a model, where we have constructed those centers with a tune of about 1.8 million in most of the areas. So it is just child-friendly. It has everything. And then also we have employed 1,353 teachers and 18 educational officers. We have the provision of the instructional materials, where this year we have purchased teaching learning materials over the tune of 12 million. And then also we have the parent sensitization, which has increased stakeholders' involvement in our ECCED's issues. We have the implementation of the TIARE programs. This is something actually that was introduced by one of the NGOs, where it has a cluster meeting approach. It is a new methodology where we encourage the interaction of the learners plus the teachers. And then also we have zoned some schools when they normally share some information. And during those meetings, actually, they use the local available materials to make some of the items which reinforce the teaching, learning in those centers. And then also we have the ongoing curriculums, construction of the special needs assessment. That is a center that we have, which is under the county government of Wazingishu, where it is ongoing, a special area. There is a place that I mentioned that we normally identify those specialists or those learners. So in those areas, actually, they have been taken to those areas for the assessment, early assessment. It is something which is unique in that given area. And then we have the capacity building to all ECD teachers and education officers. Increase of learners. This one is something that it can be measured. It has been measured. Before devolution, the enrollment was about 10,000. Currently, because of the expansion of the facilities, because of the kind of the quality of teachers, or because of the kind of the quality of education, we have an enrollment of 37,000. And then also, for the last 3 years, we have the allocation of the funds for the construction of the models. I have used the word model because those are the classrooms, administration blocks. And then also we have the kitchen, where in 2019-2020, it was we allocate 1 or 2 million. 2020-2021, 90 million with some hundreds. 2021-2022, 88 million with some 100. And then also that is an area where we purchase teaching learning materials of 12 million. Even though I have just mentioned a lot of success, we have some challenges. One, we have inadequate funding, lack of policy to cover age 0 to 3 years. And then we have few quality assurance and standard personnel, inadequate staffing to assess the increased enrollment. And then we have the priority areas in the next year, all the pending infrastructure projects to be completed. That one we are going to do. Full implementation of the ECCED teacher scheme of service. That one we are going to do. And then development of the policies and regulation for under 4 years. Thank you very much.
You've been very good on time. And I'm informed we definitely are a bit constrained with time, so I will help us have this discussion in a form that makes us engage, but as well alive to the reflections. Maybe very quickly before I proceed, I just want to recognize the presence of our excellencies, Mama Siaya and Mama Kisumu in the room. Thank you very much for having been part of this conversation. I think mine will be one, just to ask the panel and the team. I think we are missing someone here. I need to know who, but we'll proceed yet. If you were reflecting on just what you've discussed, and maybe we'll start with Kajiado County, what do you think are the most priority policy gaps that you have that you really think would require support, and maybe why, having shared that reflection that you shared in status? Here is the microphone.
Thank you. Mainly on the legal reforms. Currently, Kajiado County has impact actually on ECCED bill, which has been which has already gone through public participation, still with the county assembly, and sooner or later, maybe it will become an act for Kajiado. Now, our main concern, or our main area that we still look forward to do is the issue of early childhood daycare facilities. That is a bill which will take care of the child 0 to 3 years. That's the bill we still need, because up to now we are not doing we are not doing as per what we are required to do for those children between 0 and 3.
So there we go. Issues around the ECCED bill. It's already underway. I think the question is the timing and process of it being completed. But I've also, I think in the reflections, and if you noticed in general, there is an effort deliberate to integrate health and education. If you looked across, I think I was very keen to just check, and you could see an attempt to do that. I wonder if that's deliberate, and what are the policy spaces that you need so that that is enhanced. I know we have the school health that is mandated to work in schools, but how is, especially, and this goes to the directors of education, how well are you being deliberate, especially in Nairobi, to integrate that process and actually work? Because it's a requirement on paper, but also how do we just enhance that in a policy way and process? Nairobi.
Okay, the school health policy is in place, and to me that is not a big challenge, because as I said, in the county we have a unit in the health department that is in charge of ensuring that all the school-going children are within the same treatment in terms of health matters. So the school health policy, which we were involved and it was launched recently, what it requires is just dissemination and enforcement. Yeah. To me, the biggest challenge that we have when it comes to schooling, early childhood, the first one is lack of who to register. When you look at the Basic Education Act, it gives the county education boards the mandate to register. And here is a group, a community, or even an individual who just wants to run a preschool. Yeah. The Ministry of Education would register them. Yes. And that preschool could be combined with a daycare center. So there is a gap. When you look at the National ECCED Act, yes, it talked about registration, but again, it left registration with the County Education Board, which is part of the Ministry of Education. So to me, we need to allow county governments to register preschools.
So you bring up an issue of coordination and just what does that mean? National government and county government. At some point you're saying registration is with national government.
Yeah, it is by law. Yeah.
But you're also saying ECD is devolved. And therefore those centers, so they should be registered at national, but they should be run by counties. Then who regulates? Who checks?
Yeah.
I think that's what you're saying?
Yeah, and they should be registered and also regulated by the counties. That way, we will not be talking about, we do not have data of the private.
Yes.
And when you go to the ministry, Department of Early Childhood, they will tell you that that is a devolved function. Yet by law, you are not enabled to register those schools. Thank you.
That's a unique aspect. I think we'll be picking up with the plenary if you have any insights on that. I would love to ask Dr. Elsie to jump into this conversation, and what do you think in terms of just those policy gaps, your reflections even as you listened to this before we move to plenary?
Thank you. Thank you, and it's been really good to hear the presentations from counties and how much is being done, particularly around health and the ECD centres. But I think that these key issues are still there about the 0 to 3-year-olds in particular. I think the discussion on registration is really important, particularly with daycare centres in Nairobi, and how that becomes something that is supportive, and particularly with informal daycare centres. So that's another key issue. And it does just feel like this 0 to 3 years is the real gap, and particularly with the focus on ECDE centres. So it's been great to hear the debates about how best to address some of those gaps, and I think that's something that will come up more in the policy developments.
Yeah, so being deliberate, especially about 0 to 3, I think there's a presenter who has really brought up the issue of, you know, the 0 to 3, which means it's daycares. And I think in that space, they get lost in there. Probably from a policy perspective, how do we get to be more deliberate in doing this? I want to open this up. We will allow reflections, questions. If I looked at my time, I may limit, so I'm going to give priority to at least 5 questions, hoping you can be precise and short so that we can allow more people. If you're good, then we move very quickly and we get more insights. By show of hands, I'm going to just give you labels. At the back, we have 1 hand. We have 1 hand on this end. We have, yes, Mohammed, school health has to speak. And on this end, those will be the first 4, then we can take the second round. So we start with the one at the back.
Thank you very much. My name is Christine Odero, and I want to commend the presenters. They've done a very good job. And from the presentation, I have noted 3 counties of one, because I had the privilege to attend the presentation of the Mombasa County, and I think that was well done. And in others that here there I captured, there are various gaps, and I'm just trying to sum up these gaps, and it takes us back to the issue of data management system, the county data management system. How flexible is it? Because that is the only way that the M&E structure will be able to handle the baseline issues, the baseline needs, and then also for the county to be able to map exactly the status of the county regarding ECD matters and the younger children, because as it is, some of the counties' presentations, the way they're coming out and the real situations on the ground is a bit, so it means there's good work going on, but there's a bigger gap that needs to be filled. An example, and I want to mention the county, there's a county where I stay, children, there was a matter that was brought to church of children going to school, very younger children, and there was no water, leave alone anything to feed. So, and I'm also, this is just a recommendation. I also recommend that maybe counties should work with partners so that the next time we are convening, you're coming out with real, let me say, gaps, so that as partners, we see our best. I've seen some even partner with the UNICEF, and if you see their report, something is happening. So real gaps on areas of institutional strengthening, so that something is done.
Right, thank you. Thank you, Christine, for those insights. Very good recommendations I think we can take up. And I think let's appreciate the partnership since we've seen. Very deliberate government, private, public partnerships, and civil societies, I think, playing a critical role. The church, we want to recognize that. There was a hand on this table. Yes, please. Please keep it short so that we can have more people engage.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I wish to commend all the presenters, but in particular, I have been impressed by the collaboration between Nairobi between the Ministry of Health and the ECCED. And I have a feeling like it is a good place and a county that we could borrow so much from. I like that presentation, and I don't know, I wish I could get that presentation and go and petition for what do we call it?
Adoption.
Not adoption. Benchmarking. Because I have been impressed by it so much, and I would like to get to those strides in our county. I come from
Probably, exactly. I was going to say one of the things is we get the mic. Please tell us your name and where you come from so that we can contextualize your conversation as well. So your name, please?
My name is Catherine Kariuki. I come from Embu. And I would really like to see it working that way.
So there you go, Raphael. Embu would love to benchmark in Nairobi. We take it on to the middle table. There was a hand. Yes, Mr. Mohammed, please. Keep it short, 1 minute if you
Thank you very much. My name is Mohammed. I work for Nairobi County, NMS, Head of School Health Program, Nairobi. Just to add what my colleague has said from Education Department, we normally implement, as I maybe have said yesterday when we were here, some of us, that we implement the National School Health Policy and Guideline, which entails that there is 8 thematic areas. One of them is nutrition, disease prevention and control, child protection, value and life skills, water and sanitation, children with disabilities, special needs. Those are maybe 8, and school infrastructure. For us, for Nairobi County, what we have is that maybe from 1974 up to now, we have a school health program. Each health center has got its own attached to link to a child care, a daycare center, or ECD. So for us, the school health program, we have like 17 nurses allocated from my office to each sub-county. They go to school, screen, deworm, give health education, follow a young girl who's pregnant in that school. Right now I have one who has delivered, doing KCPE. She's nursing properly. Yesterday we were happy. She's doing well. Okay, just feeding program, linkage, give all those health education pertaining on the policy and guideline. Now, we now collaborate with our partners, plus city education, who are also mandated. Anything that happens in the schools, them and us will be held responsible, plus Department of Children's Department. So that's the way we work. In terms of nurturing care, where will you start on nurturing care? Nurturing care starts from the conception, I think, up to that age we are talking about. So we need to do a lot of follow-up and see. Because of time, I think the main challenge we have, and I can see even Kajiado, we're not very far from each other. We have been exchanging some of our friends, and other, maybe Mombasa also, whatever we are doing is almost similar. However, the main challenge I'm getting from here, and what we have been facing in the field, that I think there is a lot of poor coordination, duplication of work, and that's what we want to remove it from here from today, I think, onwards. So those are the things. Partners are there. They are telling us they have gone to Korokocho, or Kibra, 20 partners are there doing nothing, the same impact. They did research without involving education, without involving health. They will just come and present, and maybe they will not reach somewhere. After 1 year, they will go back again the same circle. So those are the challenges we have been facing. Myself, I have been to Kisumu, Siaya, for nurturing care, and I'm glad that I went to a place called Gema, where we have been doing a lot. So thank you very much. I think that's all. Thank you, and maybe we look forward to work with all our partners.
Apologies because of time. I will give one hand that was here and Mama County Siaya, whose hand was already up. Because of time, I think I will give those two questions as we reflect, because I have been told I have stretched the session beyond time.
Thank you. Lazarus Ogutu from Migori County, Director in charge of education. Actually, the gaps in policy are serious, and we need to step them up. How I wish that we get presentation from the Ministry of Education, national, so that we should get to know what they are doing as our mother. You see, whether we do what, we still have the Ministry of Education,
In charge of policy.
which controls where these policies are anchored. Unless they come up in serious coordination so that they can coordinate how these policies trickle down to reach and be disseminated to the counties, then we still have problems. I may give an example of what they showed us here, what that Mama showed us on CBC training. You realize, together with me, those who are in charge at the county, that the training started from grade 1, leaving PP1, PP2 to the counties. Yet, the county government was not informed prior in advance to have a budget for that. Then that was a gap, a serious gap. It has not been amended. It has not been actually given priority even today. But we have children there. It's still the same with age 0 to 3. We don't have a policy. But as the policies, as the Constitution says, those policies must be done by the national, so that they be cascaded down to create that uniformity, so that all the county governments should do something uniform. Otherwise, I'm just appealing, and a question raised, that let our mother, let the national government take up their responsibility and then coordinate us. Thank you.
I like the challenge. I wish national government was in the room so that they could add on the spice. But I think you're right, that gap. We want to give a chance to Mama Siaya to reflect right at the front.
Thank you very much. Let me first appreciate the presenters. Although I came a bit late, but I managed to get a lot from what the county governments are already doing on the ground. Quite wonderful. I've gotten something that I'll take back home. There's one area that is really, for me, I find it's a problem. Yes, we are trying to go multi-sectoral, but I think we need to go much further than that, because although I have not also done it myself, but I'm trying. When we started, we wanted to have all sectors, and we brought them on board, because we realized that apart from children being in health and education, and that's where we have really put our focus on, and maybe water, planning and works is very important, because we are finding that even if you come to Nairobi here, you find there are so many apartments. I've gone to the public, and they tell you, for our children who are in apartments, they don't play. They don't have spaces. These spaces were taken up. If you go to other countries, you'll find each and every estate, there's an estate and there's a playground for children to go and play. And we know that play is very important for the development of a child. If they are kept at home, they're in the house with the mates and the phones, then there's nothing much we are doing for them, for their growth. And so the Department of Lands, for us, we tried and lobbied to have land. I went to Kisumu, and when I went to Kisumu, I found, because I've managed to interact with the governor of Kisumu, and he's very passionate about ECD and also with Mama Kisumu. And they went a bit further, and I thank you because of benchmarking. We cannot say we all know, but when you go out, you learn a lot. And for them, what they want to do is that they thought about the market women. Because most women who go to the markets, you give birth, you cannot afford to stay at home for even 1 month or 2 months, because it's hand to mouth?
Yes.
You have to go and seek money. So where do you take your child whom you are breastfeeding? You either leave that child at home or you stay at home. If you stay at home, you'll stay hungry. So what do we do for our market women? I want to thank Kisumu, and also I saw something in Tharaka-Nithi. Yes, they did something wonderful. That they have space where women, you have given birth, you want to go back and, do business, you go with your child. Because even if here in Nairobi, maybe you are selling in Marikiti, you are staying in Ongatarongai, you'll have to leave that child for almost how many hours without breastfeeding. So can we think of those children? Because they are children and they are statistics for that matter. Yes. So when we are doing multi-sectoral, include each and every department, because planning even for those buildings in ECDs, some of them you see them along the roads. Our children safe?
Yes.
They are not. So when they are seated, they have to look at the gaps, and we have at least one integrated policy that can help drive the children's agenda.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mama County. And that takes us to the issue. If you all know, the pre-primary school policy has identified NESEC, the National Early Childhood Care and Education, National Early Childhood, those who know, NESEC, the committee that is in charge of, and it attempts to be multi-sectoral. I think that's one of the things that was highlighted by Mombasa County as being entrenched, and they really want to operationalize. I'm aware that in Kisumu we're also doing the same work to operationalize that, so that it brings together around 11 sectors at county departments, so that whatever effort we're doing around children is multi-sectoral and actually deliberate, that those county CECs sit on that committee and deliberate issues together for children. I know there is a lot to reflect, and I know that I'm going to disappoint a number of us, but I want us to continue having these conversations over lunch. Please sit with someone, share, and just continue picking best practices. And one of the things I think we are highlighting from this session, benchmarking, learning from those who've done it. There may not be sessions, and we said in the earlier ones, learning continues. So let's listen out to our colleagues, let's listen and just see where else do we, and we want to thank the researchers as well, who continue giving us information and opportunities to understand, and opportunities how to learn. Moses said it earlier, research, practice, and implementation go together. So you use research to actually advocate, to develop policies and continue. And lastly, the question of disability was raised. Probably we leave this room reflecting. I know there's a session coming up in the afternoon by Aga Khan University that will reflect on just that, workforce and children with disabilities. So we'll continue reflecting on that. I want to thank all of you, and in a special way mention that I'd acknowledge First Ladies. I was not aware that there was one sitting at the back. Karibu sana Mama Homa Bay, tumeshukuru kwa wewe kuwa na sisi. Nitawashukuru, nitawaruhusu. We can proceed for lunch. I'm informed that your meal cards will be received right at the entrance of the meeting place. So as you walk to lunch, you'll pick your meal cards right there. Asanteni sana, and may the conversation continues, because policy anchors all. You could have best plans, but without policies, you've not entrenched it, you're not sure it can be sustainable. So counties, the challenge is on to us. Thank you so much, our panelists. It's been a pleasure learning from you, and let's continue learning with each other. Asanteni sana.
Representative of the county director, Tana River, or the director themselves. then County Director, ECD, Tharakanithi, as well as County Director of Education from Nyandarua. Kindly take the front seats. Thank you. So speakers, kindly take the front seats, and then we can begin with the presentations. I hope whoever is running the slides is ready. We want to begin with the first presentation, and this is breakout room 2 that deals with county regulatory framework, best practices, approaches, and processes. County regulatory best practices, approaches, and processes. And we shall begin with the first presentation that deals with climate change and environmental degradation on young children, implications for policy, that will be presented by Alicia Lutomia. So Alicia holds a Bachelor of Law from Moore University and a postgraduate diploma in Human Resource Management from Cambridge International College. She has previously worked as a legal and administrative officer and is currently the child protection focal person for AFCEN. So members, let us give a round of applause to Alicia as she takes the podium. Karibu.
Good afternoon. May I kindly have the slides displayed?
And as she waits for the slides to be displayed, the presentations will take only 10 minutes. So we shall have all of them running subsequently, after which members will be allowed time to ask questions and to give their comments, and to, if it is a question, kindly direct it to the specific person. Thank you. So we are waiting for the slideshow.
Great. My name is Alicia Lutomia from the Africa Early Childhood Network, and it's a pleasure for me to be able to share a study that is currently ongoing, a desk review on matters to do with the effects of climate change and environmental degradation on young children in the region in Africa. And most specifically for this session, we are going to be dealing with implications for policy, because it's quite a vast area, and we will narrow in on implications for policy because of this conference. So I'm going to talk about what really climate change is all about, then go through a few global facts on climate change, then regional facts and the national facts as well, and most importantly, talk about the impacts of climate change on young children in the region and the interlinkages between nurturing care and climate change. That is ECD and climate change. Then talk about now the policy implications and recommendations based on that. Next slide. So what is climate change? What is climate change? How many people are familiar with what climate change really is? Just by a show of hands, how many people are familiar with what climate change really is? Thank you. So it's not something new. I know that there's a lot that has been said in terms of climate change, especially in the African region. The fact that climate change is not necessarily impacting us. There's a lot of propaganda to that effect, but I want to say that climate change is with us and will continue to be with us. So it is a high time that as the African region, and most importantly the ECD stakeholders, we actually recognize the effects of climate change on the young children and on the work that we are doing. So definition, climate change. Any change in climate over time, whether due to natural variability or as a result of human activity. Now what happens, the science behind it, I'm just going to to be brief about this. The science behind it is that there are natural gases, greenhouse gases that are in the atmosphere. And without these greenhouse gases, what they do is they basically ensure that the temperatures for us here on Earth are adequate for us to be, for Earth to be habitable generally. And now, due to human activity, we find that there is increase in other forms of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere as well. So you find that the level of greenhouse gases, the natural level of greenhouse gases due to human activity is increased. And because it is increased, then you realize that what happens is those gases in the atmosphere create a greenhouse effect, keeping and trapping heat from the sun, resulting to global warming and environmental degradation, such as climate change. Move on to the next slide, please. Here we have the global facts on climate change. And as you can see, we are on the red, literally, even on the map. We are on the red. That the African region, and mostly, actually, even just the developing countries are on the red in terms of acute and adverse effects of climate change. Next slide, please. And these are just a few global facts. The fact that according to the Emissions Gap Report 2020, the G20 nations collectively account for 78% of all emissions. So that is just a fact for us to note. And that the 4 top emitters, China, the USA, the European Union, and India, contributed to 55% of the total emissions over the last decade, increasing the percentage. Next slide, please. Then, going down to the regional facts, climate hazards and environmental impacts in Africa. So climate change is expected to increase the magnitude, as you can see from the map, the magnitude and frequency of very many extreme weather events. There are quite a number. And as you can see from the map, we have issues to do with desertification, sea level rise, which causes the water sources to be salty, negative agricultural charges, droughts, and you can name it all from the map, basically. So in Africa, climate change is an issue, and the climate hazards, even from as reflected in the map, can be seen in terms of precipitation, heavy rainfall causing flooding, and in other areas, extreme temperatures causing and resulting in drought and food insecurity. Next slide, please. Now, these are just a few regional facts on climate change. That Africa only represents 2% of global greenhouse gas emissions. But it is the continent that is expected to suffer the most from the climate impacts. Children, as the least responsible for climate change, will be the most vulnerable. So that is a fact, and they have a few examples of some of the major climate-related events and hotspots in the region. As you can see, the Horn of Africa, we have primarily, in summary, that the major issues of climate change in Africa, go back to the previous slide, please, is in relation to drought, that is high temperatures, resulting in food insecurity, and flooding, resulting in issues to do with water as well. Next slide. So on to the national facts. So the national facts, as you can see, this is now the Kenya scope, basically. And I took the initiative of just talking a little bit about Kenya and what is happening there, what is happening here, basically. That the mean temperatures for Kenya is 24.3, as you can see, with average monthly temperatures ranging from between July to March. Mean annual rainfall is 668.6, and while rainfall does occur throughout the year, depending on area, the majority of rainfall is received between March and June and October to December. So you can see this is the status of Kenya, and that is quite alarming. Next slide. Overall ranking, we have Kenya ranks 156 out of 188 countries in per capita greenhouse gas emissions and contributes that percentage, 0.13. And for climate vulnerability, Kenya ranks 151 out of 181 countries in the nationally determined gain index. Next slide, please. Now, this is the meat of it all, the impacts of climate change on young children in the region. So the nurturing care for young children is compromised. On good health, we have issues to do with infections and vector-borne diseases will likely increase due to climate change because of the optimal conditions for infectious and parasitic diseases through more heavy rainfall, flooding, and rising water temperatures. And as temperatures increase, the water becomes scarcer, and the youngest children will definitely feel the deadliest impact of the waterborne diseases. Then we have the issue of air pollution as well. Only 6% of children in Africa live in areas where air pollution is reliably measured at the ground level. So that's an issue. So we need more reliable ground level measurements are required to combat this because it's a silent killer. Adequate nutrition. We're talking about the issue of malnutrition. We've talked about malnutrition in the previous sessions and the issues of stunting and wasting due to food prices and food insecurity. Then early learning opportunities as well. Early learning opportunities, we are talking about infrastructural roads and infrastructural destruction of schools and facilities and disruption of education. Then safety and security. Safety and security, we are talking about forced displacement and migration as a result of climate change, displacing families and communities. And in sub-Saharan Africa, records 86 million, a record of 86 million internal climate migrants. So that is a big issue. And then we also have an issue of physical safety of the children. When there are disasters, they can be harmed, and families as well. Then responsive caregiving. We have the impacts on the psychological and the mental health of the caregivers as well as the children when we're talking about issues of toxic stress and brain development. Then, next slide, please. So this is the key of it all, recommendations, policy implications. So ECCED basically provides a natural link to the SDG goals. And it is important that we invest in resilient and adaptation and sustainable development, which is very critical. So we have issues to do in terms of recommendations, supporting government, social sectors to review and update sector-relevant goals. We're talking about facilitating and ensuring adequate enabling environment, to supporting CSOs and young children in the private sector. Just take a whole society approach towards this issue, as well as develop ECD child-sensitive indicators within environmental and sustainable development policies and implementation plans as well. Then support age disaggregated, gender disaggregated and localized data, because climate change is also a gender issue as well, on both exposure and vulnerability of the poorest and most vulnerable and climate risk prone populations. Then strengthen education partnerships to integrate child sensitive climate action, including on reducing disaster risk as well. And also at schools, into policies at ECE policies as well, at schools and learning centers. Then building knowledge, which I think is very important. Building knowledge on the linkage between ECD, climate policy, and child rights, and child sensitivity as well, and the value of putting ECD at the center of environmental and climate action. Then lastly, including health, nutrition, education, social protection, and WASH, because as we had earlier mentioned, that food insecurity and water issues, those are primarily some of the greatest hazards of climate change in the region. And other relevant social sectors and county governments in the national determined contributions that are submitted by the state parties, including Kenya, and other relevant climate policy development processes. So this is critical because this specific area, the issues of including health, nutrition, education, social protection, and WASH adversely affect, and they're fundamental and critical for the young children. So these issues have to be included. We have to bring our voice to the environmental issues, to the environmental policies, and see how they can inform the ECD policies. And we have to go an extra mile to ensure that we are learning, we are accumulating knowledge so that we know how we can be able to integrate and adapt and mitigate to ensure that the youngest children are taken care of, because the climate crisis is going nowhere. The emissions that have already been, the greenhouse gases that have already been emitted are not going anywhere. So this is something that we will deal with, and we cannot continue to turn a blind eye. So I am welcoming the ECD community to take up the role, to take up the challenge, to learn. Let us grow in this area. Let us do research. There is need for research and data in terms of ECD and young children. What is going on? Are the environmental policies doing what they're supposed to do? Are they child sensitive? Those are some of the areas that we need to do, and we need to have our voices there in those platforms as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. What an insightful presentation. Once again, members, let us appreciate her for the wonderful presentation. Thank you, Alicia. You exceeded your time by approximately 4 minutes. And maybe we will do better in the next presentations. So members of the panel, we are doing the presentations, and we are giving each presenter 10 minutes. So we will take the questions later after all the presentations. I want to invite Madam Halima Isaac, County Director, ECD Mandera, to give the next presentation. Karibu, Madam. Do we have sanitizer for the same? Rapporteurs? Thank you.
Good afternoon, all protocol observed. I think I'll take you through our PowerPoints of our County Mandera on ECD. Because of time, let me go very fast on our vision of our Mandera County government. That is on our departmental, that is education. What was our vision? To provide catalytic environment for the provision of quality service for our holistic education and ECD activities for foster growth and development that is nationally competitive and sustainable. We go to the mission to improve quality founded on values such as honesty, cooperation, commitment, and trust at the most crucial period of human growth and development. We can see there our ECD enrollment as per sub-county. In our county, we have 7 sub-counties. That is, the first one is called Mandera South. The enrollment of boys and girls per sub-county here. The first one is Mandera South, that is 441 boys, 1,764, that total of 42. And then we have Mandera East, 1,261 boys, 938 girls, total of 2,199. Mandera North, 2,736, 1,776 boys, total of 44,512. Mandera West, 2,935, and then girls is 2,064, total 4,999. Lafe, that is 808 boys, 515, total of 1,322. Banisa, that is 2,538 boys, 1,924 girls. Total, I can see 4,464. Kutulo is 985 boys, 664 girls, 1,749. Total boys in our county is 13,864. Girls is 9,692. Total of 23,449. That is the total of our enrollment of our ECD learners. These are our achievements in Mandera County. That is our department so far, what we have done. We have employed 520 ECD teachers, and 2 other will be recruited soon. 200 other ECD teachers we have already advertised, they will be recruited. We have constructed 256 ECD classrooms. 295 ECD centers were provided with feeding program, instruction, learning materials to 200 ECD teachers, centers, provision of furniture, sitting amenities to ECD centers. We have done also construction of 7 model ECD class and ECD classroom in sub-counties. In our very few sub-counties, almost 4 sub-counties. Construction of county education offices construction of twin workshop in Mandera South, construction of modern administrative block. This was not also part of our ECD, but this is what our county government has done so far, according to for our achievement. They also constructed administration blocks for my girls and Mandera boys. Continue to the next slide. They are training and capacity building for early childhood development, education teachers, ECD that is done during holidays, employment of 997 and trained teachers for the massive exodus of non-locals teachers due to security. And I think you have seen in the news what had happened to our county. Most of our teachers are non-locals, so because of security, they have to go back to their sub-counties. But what had happened, most of our schools were without teachers. That is when the county government come in to employ almost 997. Those are just for O-level children who are being recruited. But up to now, most of them, they are being handled by only head and ECD teachers. They are playing great part in our primary schools. Without those ECD teachers, we could even close most of our schools. I'm proud to say that our ECD teachers are handling also primary, also ECD centers. Then we go to these ones. Continue with the next slides. Multi-sectoral coordination. The Department of ECD is working with different sectors such as health and water. Through WASH program in schools, our technical team groups works closely with public health department to ensure hygiene promotion and health education on hand washing and sanitation for ECD centers in our schools. The next one is, addition to that, the Department of Health is collaborating with our office and undertake deworming, vitamin A, supplementation, and ensuring food safety and preparation for pre-primary schools. Continue to the next slide. The challenges we have in our, I think my time is almost, difficulties in distributing instructional materials, learning materials for ECD learners and teachers. That is due to the lack of facilitation and logistics. Some schools were run by only head teachers and ECD. That is what I was explaining, because the TSC teachers, they have run away, and that is why we can see maybe in a school we have only 2 teachers or 3 teachers against 8 classes. The poor sanitations and the lack of, there's something which is not clear, I'm not seeing. The lack of sanitation, lack of proper inspection of supervision and monitoring of ECD centers due to logistic and issue of facilitation. Many schools in our county, hii project kuna kitu ina block up, I'm not seeing. Okay. Lack of many schools in our county, they are lacking learning materials and teaching materials. Lack of ECD classroom for some schools in the county, because there are so many schools. There is a need for motor vehicles and motorbikes for the department to ease provision and mobility of staff. This one, I think there was an error there, unnecessary deployment of position. That is, I think there must be an error there. There are also challenges of, some challenges, they are being noted there, like a drought. There is security problem in our county. That is very difficult. We have challenges. That is why you have seen children are very few, because of clashes, because of security. And then these are the budget, county budget allocation for ECCED over the last 3 years. Can it be bigger than this? I'm gonna share. We have recruitment of ECD teachers. That is, 2018-2019, that is 30 million. And then 2019-2020, 30 million. We go to the second one, supply of teaching and learning materials. 2018-2019, 11,400,000. 2019-2020, 26,150,000. And then 2020-2021, 11,500,000. Supply of desks to all ECD centers in the county. 2018-2019, that is 12,350,000. And then we go to construction of ECD classes. That is 2018-2019, 80 million. 2019-2020, 46 million. And then 2020-2021, that is 54 million. Feeding program of ECD, that is 2018-2019, and the rest are blank. We go to 2020-2021, that is 58,730,856. The last one, the CBC training for ECD teachers for the year 2020-2021 was 3 million. I think.
Madam, please don't read word for word. You can take a brush through because your time is up. Thank you. Brush through as you conclude.
Oh, so we have priorities, that is community sensitization on ECD, employment of 150 more ECD teachers, capacity building of our teachers, establishing multi-sectoral team which will comprise of personnel from the relevant departments, building more classroom, increasing our school meals budget from current 60 million to 80 million to ensure our 23,000 learners get sufficient food. Thank you.
Much for the good work that you're doing back there in Mandera, despite the challenges of the teacher exodus. We are wishing you all the very best as you continue undertaking the ECD issues. Now I wish to invite Mr. Abdi Jilo Banta, County Director, ECD, Tana River County. Kindly stick to 10 minutes, and this gentleman here will be showing you the time left, so you could pay attention to him. Thank you. Karibu.
Good afternoon. Now, I'm Mr. Abdi Banta from Tana River County, ECD Director. Well, I want to share very briefly what is happening in Tana River County. In Tana River County is one of the semi-arid region of Kenya. We have 319 ECD centers. 319 ECD centers with a total enrollment of 23,976. These are 1167 boys and 12,306 girls. These are the enrollment in our schools. The total number of teachers employed by the county government is 350. All these teachers have been employed by the county government. About 150 of them are on permanent and pensionable, while the rest, 200, are on contract. Yes. Okay. Oh, I'm not very audible, eh? Okay. Then the county managed to construct. The county managed to construct 226 classrooms in 113 ECD centers. In 113 ECD centers, each center have been given 2 classrooms. Apart from the classrooms, there are some fencing which has been done. Also, we also managed to construct 2 child-friendly ECD toilets in the 113 classrooms. I mean, in 113 centers. Go ahead. School feeding program. This is where we had a lot of challenges. You know, our children really depend on this feeding program, but due to budgetary allocation, we only managed to feed our children once, 2018-2019 financial year. That is the only year we managed to provide feeding program for our kids. Collaboration with the health department. Now, these people were assisting each other. They're really of aid to us in deworming, undertaking deworming of the people, provision of supplements, health and growth monitoring, and also treatment of any other health conditions. The moment we discover any health condition, we consult our counterparts in health department, and then the child gets proper treatment in good time. ICT. We had a database. We wanted to have a good database whereby from that database also we are getting information direct from schools, direct from centers. Then some coordinates were formed whereby a teacher, even using his small phone, not necessarily a smartphone, can write an SMS when in the school compound. That SMS is being received in the database, so we can monitor from our offices how many people are present, how many kilograms of school feeding program was given to the pupils from the comfort of our offices. Can it be? Okay. Sorry. So that is about the ICT. But unfortunately, this one has not yet worked properly due to some financial constraints. Achievements, have I already said we have employed the teachers? Provision of school milk. This particular financial year, we are providing milk 3 days in a week for all our ECD pupils. And then training of CBC, though only once. We trained our teachers on CBC only once. This morning you heard that the ministry is training their teachers on CBC in every school holiday. But unfortunately, due to logistic problem, we only managed to train them once. Then provision of learning materials, though not adequate. Provision of vitamin supplement, health and growth monitoring, then formulation of ECDE policy, which is awaiting approval by the cabinet. Also, formulation of school feeding program guidelines. So those are some of our achievements. Then challenges.
Kindly, I'm told to tell you to use your microphone when it is very near your mouth, because those who are following us virtually cannot hear what you're saying.
Okay, thank you. So challenges: insufficient budgetary allocation, inadequate infrastructure, inadequate feeding program, lack of enough personnel. When I say lack of enough personnel, for instance, in the office we are only five, I'm sorry. The director, the deputy director, and the 3 sub-county administrators. And then lack of proper monitoring of ECD activities due to logistics, inadequate class assessment, insufficient learning teaching materials, lack of play materials, and lack of transport for ECD officers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdi Banta. Members are here, and I believe collaborations are open to come and assist the counties in the areas where they are facing challenges. The next presentation will be by Mr. Joseph Mutegi, the ECD County Director of Tharaka Nithi. Karibu sir.
Thank you. Members, good afternoon. I'm Joseph Mutegi from Tharaka Nithi. I'm studying here for the Director, ECD Tharaka Nithi. I'm sorry that I've not prepared the slides. This is because I was sent to represent the Director. I am in charge of ECD in a sub-county, so that's my level. But I cannot miss something to say about Tharaka Nithi. We have ECD centers about 400, that is about 400. We have been able to employ for each ECD center a teacher, a trained teacher. We have been able to provide teaching and learning materials for all our ECD centers in Tharaka Nithi County. Then in response to the climatic changes, we have been able to organize teachers, at least to assist the ECD centers by making teaching and learning materials, making playing materials in their centers. They have clusters that they do so, and they have been able to make very good and beautiful things for their learners to play with. Then the county government has been able to put in place quality assurance and standards officers, one in each sub-county, and they inspect what is being done by the ECD teachers. Then the county government has been able to construct every financial year 5 classrooms in every ward. We have 15 ones, so you can see. We have been able to do it twice. That is, so every ward has 10 classrooms in Tharaka Nithi. Then we have also been able to assist due to economical status, because of the environment, the county government is doing something to try and assist the women, that is economically, by introducing a creche. I don't know what is pronounced, whether it is creche or crèche. This is a place where the young ones are able to play, observed by a professional, that is a teacher, such that the mother who is selling bananas and the burgers in the market is able to monitor their young ones. She can visit the young one and breastfeed in the same. And at the same time, the caregivers are taking care of the young one. And it takes care of those who are able to grow, that is between 9 months to 4 years, those who are not going to school. And the project is going very well because it is even marketable. We have seen even the working mothers trying to request for their young ones to stay there as they go about their activities in the offices and those other places. But because of we have no clear policy guidelines for that one, we only entertain children from the mothers in the market, whereby in case of any problem with the child, the caregiver is able to call the parent from within, and therefore the parent comes and attends the young one. Then about collaboration with others, we have been able to work together with the Ministry of, we are planning to work with the Ministry of Health so that we may provide various services in the same crèche, like issues like immunization and other things like nutrition. Then we are also planning to have many other daycares in our various marketplaces so that we may give our mothers the opportunity to sell their things and get something so that they may put something on the table for them. Otherwise, that's from Tharaka Nithi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think they have a very unique program there. Maybe we shall learn. Other counties may come to benchmark from you. Thank you for that wonderful presentation, Mr. Joseph Mutegi. Now we go to Mr. Joseph Njoroge, County Director, Education, Nyandarua County. Karibu.
Hamjambo wote. Yeah, I'm Njogu Njoroge, a Director Education in Nyandarua County. From my first slide, you can see I'm very interested with thank you. From my first slide, you can see I'm very interested with infrastructure. That is why I have a classroom, and we are saying it is an open door system. And because the infrastructure was so poor in Nyandarua, we had mud walled classrooms. So for us, when we construct classrooms, it means a lot. In terms of multi-sectoral components for nurturing care, what we are doing in terms of good health, we have deworming. For the last 3 years, we have done 68 047 ECDE children, vitamin A administration for 64,000 and over. And then monitoring of growth. Department of Health is training our teachers on various health skills, and they're able to do this. In terms of nutrition, we have the school milk program, which was actually initiated as a flagship project by His Excellency the Governor, so that we can be able to cover for 23,000 children who are in public schools. Those in private sector are not yet captured. Then we have a promotion of kitchen gardens. I know this one might be, people might be asking why kitchen gardens, and we are talking about a food basket in Nyandarua. We are only a food basket for perishable foods. Even those vegetables are not sustained throughout the year, and therefore there is a move by the Department of Health and Agriculture helping us, even distributing seedlings and other farm inputs like even manure, so that we can have sustained supply of vegetables, notwithstanding that we have a problem of stunting in our county. On safety and protection, we are talking about creation of reporting desks at health centers and collaboration with Children's Department, so that issues of children are addressed. Then we have the public health is routinely inspecting our infrastructure because of safety. Our topography is very unstable. We have many unstable soils, and therefore we are responding constantly to corrupting toilets and corrupting classrooms. In terms of responsive caregiving, CHVs are conducting regular assessments for ECDE, linking children to the health facilities with the immunization, counseling, and micronutrient supplementation, then promoting the WASH program. Then we also have CHVs home visits for advice and capacity development, and also we are integrating the parenting at the ECCED level. The opportunities for early learning, we are talking about a strengthening of 13,000, it was 13,000, that was not 1,300. Yeah, 1,305 teachers, capacity on implementation of CBC, but everybody knows that is still minimal. Construction of classroom for ECD centers, very critical because of infrastructure. Appropriate furniture to ECD centers. Then provision of pre-running materials. That one is in a rural county. When you provide something like building blocks, it is a very interesting phenomena in the rural setup. We are talking about parenting education sessions during school and cluster meetings, growth monitoring promotion, as we have said, then access to education facilities through inclusive learning. We have the integrated programs so that we can take care of the children with the special needs. Then we are also partnering with health for assessment of children, and the EACS, assessment of children for needs for placement. In terms of budget, that is where we have a big challenge. You can see, I did not even want to break down all the components. We are talking about infrastructure, teaching running materials. We are talking about a budget of 146 million. In the following year, 2020-2021, we had a budget of 131 million. This financial year, we are talking about 103. It is actually on a downward trend, and this is a conversation that we need to reverse, because if this trend continues, it means the service that we are providing will not be sustained. The key achievements, we have talked about existence of, we have an ECD Act 2017, which is covering improved running, environment, and health, and also nutrition. Multi-sector approach, which is strengthening the capacity and parental empowerment. Then we have cross-sectional approach to issues affecting children, which has enhanced on areas of especially deworming and vitamin A administration. We have 381 ECD teachers employment, which is actually going on right now. And we also have recruitment of another 200. We shall be remaining with about 250 that we shall be capturing in future. Then we have 1305 ECD teachers who have been trained on CBC, construction of 128 ECD toilets, 146 ECD classrooms. We have 22,700 children who have benefited from the milk program. And we have been able to give furniture in terms of chairs and tables to almost all centers, and also teaching running materials, the curriculum designs, and also support materials for that. The challenges we are facing, implementing regulations that operationalize the County Act. We have a challenge with that. Real-time data collection and management in public and private ECD centers has also affected our planning. We have documentation and dissemination of ECD. We have lack of quality assurance and standard services and personnel. We also have inadequate funding generally for the sector, and then we have inadequate personnel and capacity to deal with the children with special needs. And we also have a challenge of political goodwill for the sector. That is why our budget is going down. Next slide, please. Priority areas. We are talking about setting up a county early childhood education committee, that is ECCED, and also ECD boards of management. That's what we plan to do. Full implementation of the ECD scheme of service and recruitment of more teachers. Collaborate with health department and EACS on early intervention of children with special needs. Infrastructure development, including ECD centers of excellence, enhanced feeding programs in ECDs, capacity development of caregivers, which is a multi-sectoral approach, harmonization of County ECD Act with the National Act, now that we have one, then capacity building of ECD teachers on CBC and KISRAT. This is the Kenya School Readiness Assessment Tool, and also developing legal framework for childcare, which is also a multidimensional approach. That is what we are prioritizing. I hope I'm within the time. All I can say is that devolution is working, we need to support it. Devolution is working, all we need is to support it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You've actually broken the record because you have 1 more minute left for you. But I think that was a very insightful presentation. We have gotten to hear what Nyandarua is doing. Members, as we ponder about the best practices with regard to policy development and implementation in ECCED, and also as we think about how to bridge the gaps that we are hearing even across the counties, I want to invite you, the ECCED players, to give your comments and questions to the members of the panel. And we have about 16 minutes left, so I'll invite 3 questions. Then we respond to them. If we have more time, we shall invite more questions. So can I take a first question, the first 3 from you members? Oh, I can see 2 from that table, the 3rd from this table. So could you have the microphone go to the lady, then to the gentleman, and to this lady seated here. Karibuni.
Thank you to all the presenters and the counties, the great job that you're doing. Now, I take note of Tana River that has constructed 2 child-friendly toilets, and my question is, what is the plan for construction of toilets? Because I know this is a major challenge, mainly in the ECD centers, in the public schools. To Nyandarua, you have a great program. That is a milk program, feeding program. Is it funded by the county government? how sustainable, what are your plans for sustainability? Is it a deliberate move to include this in your budget? You also talked about the parenting program. What exactly does it comprise? Because parenting is quite broad. Thank you.
The gentleman.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the speakers. I really, it's encouraging to hear about all the progress that's happening. I just wanted to direct my question to the first speaker, talking about the climate impacts on early childhood, and firstly to say I think it's so important that we have these issues at meetings like this. So thank you for doing that work with AFCAN. My question is, what do we need to do to move beyond this sort of problem description and understanding those connections in towards policy change? And I think there are certain areas you raised around things like air pollution, around perhaps also things like heat exposure, or even how especially our urban areas are designed. And just to flag, there's some work that we're working on at London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, and we'd be delighted to collaborate. But I think if we ask ourselves what is the threat to the next generation, I would certainly endorse the fact that the IPCC analysis last week really shows that this should be top of our agenda. And it's slightly worrying that we all have so many other things to manage at the same time. But I think it's right that we don't forget about it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. The lady.
Good afternoon. One of the questions I wanted to ask, the lady asked, but for me, I'm the First Lady of Marsabit County. I can see most of the speakers who spoke about the wonderful work that the county governments are doing, but they also expressed a lot of challenges. Mine would be in terms of partnership and the things that need to be done and how we can encourage. In the issue of climate change, especially in the area of arid and semi-arid areas, we have issues where I don't think your children attend classes after 1 because of the heat and the environment that they are working in. And then another county is talking about infrastructural development. Right now, we expect, if in collaboration with the national government, though ECCED has been devolved to the county governments, that infrastructure building, and when I was looking at the budget that started high and it was going low, is maybe they've really spent a lot of infrastructure. They've reached, and now they don't need to spend a lot on infrastructure. That would be how you would read that budget. But I know that is not the case, especially where the counties are vast and a lot needs to be done. So while governors are looking at feeding in school, the vitamins they're talking about, the milk, we have our county which provides porridge to the ECCED classes, which is it's there, not there, depending on how the budget goes and the supply is paid, So the people in the room, how can you help these counties have the toilets they're talking about? It's basic. He's talking about 2 toilets, but how many ECCED classes are there? And I know there is a regulation on the way the toilet is supposed to be, and then there is also the materials and the room itself and the time, because of the way these areas are done. So I know the timing is kidogo. A lot needs to be asked, a lot needs to be elaborated, especially on her presentation on climate change, which was elaborate, but also very technical. You require the slides so that you try and internalize it. But living in the arid areas, you feel all those things in one. And then you add insecurity on top of that, and we talk about the issue of teachers. So thank you very much. Maybe we'll get assistance from that side.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Her Excellency. We have 3 questions. 2, one for Tana River, the other one for Nyandarua, and we have one for Madam here. Then we have one that has been posed to the members. So that is a very interesting scenario. I want to invite the speakers to respond to the 3, and then we come to the members to try and maybe it was just a rhetorical one, so that we can expound on what we can do to create more partnerships to assist the counties, but also if we have somebody who could respond to it that has just been asked by Her Excellency, then I think we will be glad to listen to the insights. Karibuni Tana River.
Okay, thank you very much. The plans for the toilets. You say I said we have built 2 toilets for every center that we have constructed. The plans are for every center that we are constructing, we must also accompany it with the toilets. Now, these 2 toilets, I'm saying 2 toilets, but each toilet has at least 4 doors. One for the male children, pupils, and then the other one for the female children. And also, these toilets must be child-friendly, not the same as those which are constructed for the primary schools because of the age and the size of these children. Thank you. Okay, another thing maybe I want to add is that when we talked about the climate problem, we also, in Tana River, have 2 very unique climatical conditions, and it is there almost every year. We are either in the drought, which is hitting us very hard, or we are in the floods, either the floods or the drought. So all these conditions really affect us, really affect our learning even in schools, because during drought, some children also move to other places in search of food, and you know, the nomadic lives and what have you. During the floods, it comes and destroys almost everything again. So those are the 2 climatic conditions that we are struggling with in Tana River.
Thank you. Nyandarua.
Thank you. The first question was talking about the school milk. One is that the school milk program was a flagship of the county government, and therefore it is funded by the county government. However, we have challenges with it in the sense that actually we started by giving 5 days a week, then we came to 3, now we are almost at 3, at 2 days in a week. It was a response to the challenge we have on stunting. But for sustainability, as you have asked, is that our plan is to shift from the milk program so that we have what we call a feeding program, which will be achieved when we achieve what we are looking for, that is capitation for each and every child at the ECCED level, so that feeding program becomes a localized process. That is the only way that it can be sustainable. But it was good that we started at that level. We have run our lessons, because we have also realized that some areas don't require milk. Some areas would require other kind of supplements instead of the milk, because some regions are also very rich in terms of milk. So that is the plan we have for that. Then in terms of integrated parent education, it is not the comprehensive program that we are talking about, but it is an initiative to collaborate with the health department, so that anytime we have school meetings, anytime we have cluster meetings for ECD teachers and parents, then we invite the experts from the health department, and we have our director, we are with the director here. They come and they are able to educate the parents on issues of parenting. And this was also a response because of the stunting that we have in there. It is our percentage of stunting is actually 29. It is above the percentage, the national percentage. And that one was the response that we are dealing with. Thank you so much.
Asante. Alicia.
Thank you so much for that. And maybe just before I answer that question, I would like to concur with the lady over there who said that the ASAL region, the arid, semi-arid region, lands are actually very adversely affected by climate change. And it will be very interesting to see, and it was interesting actually also just to see what the counties have been doing. And there are some of the activities and achievements that they have made that really would go a long way towards excuse me. Yeah. Sorry. Towards yes, that would go a long way towards addressing the issues of climate change as well. So thank you so much for that presentation and the great work that the counties are doing. Now, regarding the question on how do we move from just defining the whole issue of climate change and ECD and move it on to policy and ensure that there's actually policy and there's something that is going on and there's something on the ground just to anchor that issue on. Well, the issue of climate change and ECD is very much linked to the SDGs. ECD and SDGs. The interlinkage between ECD and SDGs comes into play in this sense because when you look at the effects of climate change on the SDGs, it is practically hampering developments towards achievement of the SDGs. And climate change is actually one of the goals. Action on climate change is one of the SDGs. But apart from that, if we are able to add, sorry about that. Sorry, I'm having a sore throat. Excuse me for that. Sorry about that. If I talk a lot, it happens. So if we are able to utilize the opportunity that is created between linking ECD and the SDGs and climate change, we are able to utilize the development platform, the SDGs, and the traction that the state parties and that the region and the countries are taking towards achieving the SDGs, and we anchor ECD and climate change on that boat. So that it's not a separate entity. It's not a separate issue. It is an issue that is directly linked and is affecting the progress towards the achievement of the SDGs. So linking that together and creating awareness would also go a long way in terms of ensuring and advancing the ECD agenda across the region and across the state parties as well. Because now you see the SDGs are hampered or progress is being hindered by climate change. And ECD provides an opportunity for investing in the early years. Early interventions, as we all know, goes a long way towards human capital development. So we are asking that this issue of climate change affecting the SDGs, intervention-wise, the best place to invest is through ECD. So that would be my take on how to get things moving and get the ball rolling on towards policy. And also just to ensure that multi-sectoral approach, of course, is very, very important and it is very relevant. And to ensure that the environmental actions, the NDCs and what is going on, everything that is going on towards the issue of climate change, addressing the issue of climate change, that our voice is heard, the ECD community is on board. Because whatever policies are developed regarding the environment should be able to capture the fundamental issues, the fundamental areas that are hitting the young children. As we talked about, I could see even the counties talking about WASH programs. And in terms of now, once we are able to understand, really, these are the areas of focus, and this is what environmental science is saying, and this is what the policy is focusing on, we are able to basically create and ensure that ECD policies are basically capture the whole issue of adaptation and mitigation and resilience towards the issues of climate change in harmony with other environmental policies. So it is important for us to be able to play on that ground as well, so that our voices heard there, and then we are able to now take that on and see how are the ECD policies being implemented. Are they resilient? Do they reflect adaptation? Do they reflect mitigation towards the climate crisis as well? So that is also very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, what a session. Like the First Lady has said, there are a lot of questions to ask regarding climate change, regarding what the counties are doing, regarding what we should do as ECD players. However, in the interest of time, we would say that a 2-day conference is not sufficient for us to ask and answer all these questions. So I believe this was a forum for us to trigger, ourselves and our minds, our institutions, so that we are reminded of the big responsibility that lies, that the gaps that are existing, and what we need to do to ensure that we curb, or we at least make effort towards, alleviating the challenges, or looking at how to go around the challenges that we are facing as a community with regard to ensuring that our children are well taken care of. And that begins with putting in place proper policies, proper regulations, proper, regulatory framework that will address all these issues. I like one of the lines that Alicia said, that children contribute the least to climate change, but they are the most vulnerable. So this is our takeaway. What are we going to do as ECD players? What are we going to do to ensure that all the challenges of climate change are addressed? What are we going to do as ECD players to support the counties in ensuring that ECD programs, are given a notch so that our children can see a better future? In the interest of time, we shall not invite another round of questions or comments because I'm told we are 3 minutes late, and I'm told to announce that we shall not have meal cards here, but we shall proceed to the meals area where we shall be presented with our meal cards. And I want now to introduce myself because I did not do when we were beginning. I was tempted to also engage in the deliberations, but I had to remind myself that I have to stick to the mandate of the session as the chair. I am Dr. Esther Kimani. I work for the county government of Nairobi as a deputy director in charge of quality assurance. We are also doing a lot with regard to ECD, and our presentation was being presented in the next room. I believe that we shall have all these deliberations collated, and perhaps we can get them as a report so that we are able to see what all of us are doing and where the areas that we can collaborate in order to make, our institutions better. So members, kindly allow us to finish the session and to go and have our meal at this moment so that we are ready for the afternoon session. Thank you very much for being very good members. I don't think I had any challenge. Karibuni for lunch.
We were approached by Path, who co-funded us in terms of implementing this particular initiative, because in Siaya, they were doing the implementation in the public health facilities. But then how best could we also involve the private health facilities to ensure that they also implement nurturing care and ensure that they bring in caregivers who are also able to benefit from stimulation aspects towards their children. Because as a background, you also need to know the private health facilities is attended by a number of elite, if I may say, that sometimes even allow their caregivers or the house helps to take their children to the health facilities. But as we look into that, focusing on this background that is just projected, we realize that a number of children also are currently accessing health services, and looking at approximately 47% of the poorest of Kenyans also seeking medical attention in the private sector. But then that was giving us now a background on how best to ensure that we also target such a particular group, to ensure that they also benefit from these services, and also ensure that the caregivers have the knowledge in child stimulation aspects. We were basically, next slide, we were basically looking at a select of facilities in the county. At the time of implementation, we were targeting 11 health facilities, and we were looking at implementation in 5 sub-counties in the county, in 7 wards out of 30, because in Siaya County you have 30 wards. So we were looking at how do we pilot this intervention in a select community, in select facilities, to showcase that if we involve the private health sector, then we can also target a number of caregivers who can also benefit from the same information in terms of nurturing care for early childhood development. So we were in 11 health facilities, as just been highlighted in the presentation, which was also looking at some of the best ways to engage caregivers, ensuring that the private health facilities engage and even share some, give services around nurturing care. And also another good aspect that is also our niche as an organization was looking at how do you also integrate the same model into ASRH, targeting the teen mothers, because we realize majority of the teen mothers faces stigma, and they may also wish to seek services in the private health facilities. So we were also looking at how best we also tap into this particular opportunity of having the teen moms being engaged and seek services and also consultations at these private health facilities. So in our approach, in order to bring in this PPP approach, we looked at how do we work with the county government in terms of targeting these health facilities. So what we did, we had some joint collaborative engagements and agreements with the health department who ensured they also mapped these facilities. So we didn't do it on our own. We had to work within the county structures to ensure that they map facilities within the county, that we could start piloting this particular aspect, and that is how we arrived at the 11 health facilities. We ensure that we also engaged at the facility level, the administrators or the health management board, because we are sure when you involve them at that particular early stages, then you're assured of ownership. So we worked with them and also brought in capacity building aspects, because from the collaborative engagements or agreement, we also were able to identify the healthcare providers that could be trained. And with the help of PAPS, we were able to train a number of healthcare workers, the CHVs on playbook sessions, and also the administrators. So our key approach was just anchoring this nurturing care for early childhood development into their routine consultations to ensure that whenever they are able to, when they are counseling these caregivers, they have the knowledge and the capacity to do that. Then the other thing was also on linkages, because we also want to work within the county structures to ensure that there's also TA, the technical assistance from the public health facilities, also ensure that there's some exchanges so that they also learn from the other sector what they're doing and they borrow lessons from there. And then supportive supervisions, looking at their data and how best to support them further. So this was now linked with the health departments who are doing these services and offering support to the health facilities. In another aspect, we had to have the playbook sessions being conducted at the facility level by ensuring that the caregivers are at the core front in terms of getting the right information, because as we are targeting the children, then you have to go and target the mothers and the fathers that attend these health facilities. So we had to bring them on board at the facility level and also work around the community sections to ensure that there also awareness creation that is also done to ensure that they also get the information. So in the community, we had to have a multi-sectoral kind of approach that engages all the other sectors, even agriculture, in giving information around kitchen gardening, home economics aspect, and also any other socioeconomic empowerment to the caregiver so that they're able to access adequately services at the health facilities. So as a result, we had a number of caregivers being reached with this information. The caregiver child diet that we are able to receive information and counseling at both the community and the health facilities were that number, 119,687. I also mentioned about targeting the teen mothers with information at both the facility and the community, where we reached 1,700. And also the capacity building aspects, that is the number that we're able to train, the 36 providers out of the 114. Then at the household level, we also targeted counseling at that household level by the CHVs, and we were able to reach 30,000. As a result also, we were looking at, by engaging these numbers, we also saw the facilities owning up and ensuring that they go out of their way to put up play spaces, improve the infrastructure, the health facilities, being monitored by the public health sector, the health department coming into play, and also ensuring that we had, that is next slide, we were assured of skilled parents and caregivers. We had a case of one teen mother who had never attended any health facility consultation in terms of ANC and immunization, and she, by the time of engagement, she had a young child who was not able to walk at 2 years. But through engagements, we were able to ensure that by the 3rd year, the child was able to walk, because at some point she thought the child was becoming disabled. But through engagements and so much information that was passed, the mother was able to take care of this particular child. Some of the lessons learned that we are looking at is when we have the political buy-in. As you know, Sia County, we have the leadership coming into play. And when that comes in, then we are assured of some processes being influenced and then making it more participatory and also representative. Number 2 is having champions. We identified champions in the various spaces. And when we work with champions at all levels of society, we are assured of behavior change amongst the caregivers. And that's why I'm also very keen in community participation. How do we ensure that they also get the knowledge to champion some of these issues? Then capacity building is very key to ensure that they have the right information that they could use at the household level and even share across with their neighbors. Integration of ASRH, because the other needs beyond the child being taken care of. Issues of family planning, child spacing comes in very handy. As we talk about child simulation and care, nurturing care, then how is a mother able to space up these children? Issues of family planning really coming in handy. So if we integrate that, we're able to achieve more. Multi-sector coordination, we've talked about it severally. It's very key as a lesson learned. And integration of nurturing care in the clinical consultations brought in the establishment of the playbook session. So that one was able to enhance caregiver-child interactions, the mother really getting time to engage with the child. Our recommendation, based on those lessons learned in implementation of this initiative, we want to document this particular approach and even scale it up to other regions. Number 2 is having targeted national advocacy efforts that we could reach out to the government leaders to prioritize the ECCED in policy development, implementation, and even dissemination, and also work on targeted and focused resource allocation for nurturing care. And that one means we have to all have to work together across sectors to ensure that this works out. Working with regional economic blocks, right now we are working with LREP, is also critical in building effective collaborations to monitor joint advocacy actions and resource mobilization efforts within the member counties. And then the last is adopting strategic partnership to leverage resources and organizations' capacity. When we work together, not in silos, as partners, we're able to achieve more and maximize resources that we already have from the various funding. I want to appreciate some key partners that we worked with. That is our funder, Hilton Foundation, the county government of Siaya, Smarter Siaya. I've just seen our patron coming in. We were very keen in terms of supporting this intervention. Then we have PATH, who has supported us through this journey. We wouldn't have been where we are were it not for their support, and also the Minister of Health, having worked with the health facilities. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Bella, for starting us off on a very good note. I like the fact that the program is kind of using the convergence approach of bringing all the sectors together at the grassroots. So I've heard you talk about agriculture, health, education, all the community health workers being involved in all these sectors. That is something. But I also like the recommendation of advocacy for county directors and for the county government. I'm talking about directors because they're here. And it's good to also hear from them in terms of this policy ECD dialogue in the counties, what are they doing? So to start us off with the county discussions, we are going to have Mr. Hassan Abdi, the county director for ECDE Wajir County. So take the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. This is Wajir County presentation, and my name is, you can see here, Sabdisa, directly to Wajir County. Next slide. So collaboration with partners. So we have a very good collaboration with partners whom we work with them very closely. And they are very crucial since we normally have a platform where we normally come together and share ideas. So Wajir County multi-sector platform for nutrition mandated to coordinate issues of nutrition of the county level. So members are drawn from relevant county departments, that is health, nutrition, education, that's the national education, water, environment, agriculture, gender, social tax, trade, etc. So education sector technical working group, that is, we have that group. So members of the education sector technical working group include the national and the county department of education. So NDFA is also there, giving us a lot of support. And then we have other partners in education, like a very good partner that we have that we normally work together closely is WFP, which is also giving us a lot of support in terms of now developing or formulating ECD policies and ECD policy meals. Then we have World Vision, is also our partner. So World Vision normally only works in Wajir South sub-county, because Wajir we have 8 sub-counties. So this World Vision is only working in Wajir South, and it's mainly dealing with enrollment drives. So they normally help us to bring on board those out of school children back to school, and even those young ones who are school age going. Then we also work closely with now the Interior, that is the Ministry of Interior. They normally ensure that those children who are school age going they make sure that they mobilize. So the county DCC coordinates those other sub-county administrators so that the children are taken to school, those age going children. So we also work with the health department. So there's provisions of vitamin supplements and provisions of the women. So that's how they normally, and the other partners. Next slide. Yeah, on financing for the ECD for the last 3 years. So just brief and just give it the figures for the last 3 years. So to start with the recurrent allocation salaries during the financial year 2019-2020, that is the amount of money that was allocated, 267,934,255. Then the year 2020-2021, 277,831,168. And then finally 2021-2022 is 301,584,018. So I just broke down a bit on the ECD program, and the financial 2019-2020 we have 27 million. So this is also inclusive of maybe the transport logistics for transporting this food from the main warehouse to the sub-counties and to the ECD centers. Then 2020-2021 we have 32 million. And this financial year we had 31,050,000. Developmental allocation on the type of development. I just took infrastructure. So that is the financial 2019-2020, we had 102,800,000. 2020-2021, we had 156 million 41,468. And then this financial year we are having 107,750,000 allocated for development. Now, some of the key achievements for the last 3 years. Number of ECD classrooms constructed was 75. So we have what we call the ward-based projects, and every ward normally has its own, the way they normally prioritize their projects. So we had 75 classrooms which were printed for the last 3 years. The number of ECD classrooms renovated were 35. Number of two-door toilets constructed were 34. And then we have a number of ECD teachers, sub-county officers, and BOM trained on meals management and warehousing. We have 800. That is, we have 296 ECD centers. And then we have 1 teacher and 2 BOMs from every ECD centers. So a total of 800 people who have been trained. Then we developed also the ECD policy, which is now ready, and anytime it is going to be printed and it's going to be launched. And we also have the school meals and nutrition program guidelines, which were developed with the help of WFP. Then challenges facing the county in implementation of the ECD programs. One is inadequate funding for ECD programs. There's lack of capitation. So we don't have capitation, so the ECD programs are not adequately funded. So we are not able to achieve some of the planned projects. We are not able to achieve because of underfunding. Then we also have a consistent ECD feed program. This is as a result of long procurement period. The procurement takes long, and also interference for political groups. So if it comes to now issues of tenders now, so it is becoming very crucial, and it becomes political, and the process normally takes long. So the political class maybe want a particular company to be issued with that, but once that one fails, then the whole thing is cancelled, and then it is again re-advertised. So that's the process that we have. Then we have poor remuneration of ECD teachers, but this time, Ojia County, we are now employing them on PNP. So just last week, we were interviewing them. We had an internal advert, and as from next term, when the school open, we hope now that they will be employed on permanent and pensionable terms, and they will be employed on the new scheme of services for the ECD and in line with SRC guidelines. Then we also have inadequate ECD infrastructure, classrooms, toilets, water storage facilities, because our area, we are prone to a lot of drought, and in most of those ECD centers, we are lacking water. Because most of the areas, they depend on those shallow ponds, and if the rains fail, it is going to be very terrible. There will be no water. So currently, there is a lot of water shortages in Ojia County, especially even the whole of northern part. There is a lot of water shortages. So we need to put more funds into the ECD so that we maybe also have water storage facilities, so that during the rain season we can harvest enough water that will take us maybe through the town. Then inadequate training on CBC. So I'm sorry to state that our ECD teachers are not trained on CBC, basically because of lack of funding. So there's no money for training, and then that's how they are still now behind, and they are not trained on the CBC, which is now the current curriculum. Then there is a lot of insecurity in our area. So this has posed a lot of challenge, because you remember 2020, was it 2020, when there was an attack on teachers in Wajir. That led to mass exodus of teachers from Wajir, from even the whole of the 3 counties, Wajir, Garissa, and Mandera. So this has led to a lot of shortages, because as the county, our mandate is to staff the ECD centers. But what will happen now if the primary section where our ECD centers are situated has no teachers? What will happen? So we have to sacrifice. We have to make our ECD teachers also go and assist or give hand in teaching the upper primary. So this has brought now to, it has even affected us, because the foundation that we are going to lay has been weakened as a result of now these teachers are being used in primary section. So weak coordination between ECD service providers. So we have that, we don't have that good relationship. That coordination, that synergies is somehow very weak. So lack of monitoring and supervision of the curriculum because of transport logistics. So we have, the Wajir county is very wide, and we need to go and visit those ECD centers to see whether there is adequate, there is that quality services which are going to take place, but we were not able to do it because we are lacking transport logistics. Then priority area for 2022-2023 is construction of more classes. We need more classes because still some of our ECD centers are still under trees or under some shelters. Then construction of more latrines, which is very important because we cannot operate an ECD center without having those latrines. Then construct or install more water tanks to address the issue of water shortages. Then construction of more kitchens and stores, although we have some few which are constructed in the main sub-county centers, but in those rural schools we don't have. Then we also need to conduct also in-service training for ECD teachers on CBC and enhance partnership with stakeholders in the ECD sector. Then that one, I think that's the last slide. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you so much for keeping time. Just to remind us that we'll open the floor for discussion later after we're done with all the presentations. So kindly just note down your questions and then you can ask them as soon as you're done. So I want to welcome our second presenter from the county, Mr. Isaac Hassan Bonaya, who is the County Director for ECDE Marsabit County. Karibu sana.
Okay, asante. Marsabit is the largest county in the country, and Marsabit is also the cradle of mankind. Although sometimes Turkana County is trying to rival us, the Kubifora and all those that we learned in history are in Marsabit, and we are the largest county. Next slide. In terms of partnership, we have the Marsabit County Multi-Sectoral Platform for Nutrition, MSPN, and this is where nutrition matters are coordinated in the county. We also have the Education Sector Technical Working Group, where education issues are discussed. It's a platform where education issues are discussed. We have the County Steering Group. This is the entry point for partners in the county. So any partner who would like to operate within the county, they seek their entry to the county from the County Steering Group. Then we have the Governor's Result Delivery Unit in the Office of the Governor, which ensures that the projects and programs of the ECD are implemented as planned. We have a very powerful non-governmental organization called ECCED Nawiri. They have really supported us. It's like a savior to the county, and they are handling issues of recurrent malnutrition, stunting. They are carrying out a research in this, and they also support aspect of nutrition. They have already provided every ECD during the COVID. They gave every ECD a hand washing facility, all the 345 ECD centers in the county. We have Child Fund. Child Fund also provides food to ECD learners in their areas of operation. World Vision also works in isolated, some few wards like Loyangalani. They construct classrooms, provide furniture, and the like. Next slide. The Department of Gender. Gender issues are discussed there. They have recently launched the gender policy, in the county gender policy. We also have the Department of Social Protection. Issues of social protection are also discussed there. The Department of Health for child immunization, growth monitoring, deworming, vitamin A supplementation, and advice on issues relating to child nutrition. The department also inspects health facilities for the safety and security of the children. The Directorate of Social Protection that I mentioned of the county government also recently, they fully participate in the development of ECDs. Then the Ministry of Interior and Sub-County Administration, the National Government, Ministry of Interior, and the County Administration, including the sub-county administrators, the ward administrators. We are yet to go to the ward level. These ones ensure that every school-going age child is brought to school. We are pastoralists, and we consider children as labor. The moment they reach age 4-5, they begin by looking after small shops, the goats and the like in the neighborhood of the houses. So the administration ensures that these people, the children are in school, but not looking after the animals. The County Assembly Committee for Education, these appropriate funds for the ECD programs. Then the Department of Registration of Births and Deaths. Our people do not recognize the significance of these births and death certificates. So they issue births to children. We even through the partners, like 1 month ago with UNICEF, we actually went with the officers from the department all the way to Ileret, which is some 500 kilometers away from Marsabit on the Ethiopian border. That we through UNICEF, we were able to issue them with the birth certificates. Next slide. As far as financing is concerned, I've just looked at some few areas: salaries, the feeding programs for the financial years 2019, 2020, 2020, 2021, 2021, 2022. Also, the salaries are as that. The feeding program we started with 2019, 2020 was 31 million, but you can see the trend is slightly on the decline. Although 2020, 2021, and 2022, the amounts are just the same. We looked at infrastructure development and supplies of teaching furniture and teaching learning materials. When we talk of ECD infrastructure development, we are talking of classrooms, we are talking of toilets, we are talking of water storage facilities. Marsabit is a seriously water scarce county, so these are our developments. The CBC design, PP1, PP2, the inset training for ECD teachers. This is for professional development of the teachers. The CCBC training, you can see the 2 million for the 3 years. But unfortunately, there is allocation is one thing, and the utilization is another. So one challenge that we have, although I will mention later, is that the allocation is there, but the absorption is a challenge. Next slide. As far as the key achievements of the sector is concerned, these are our achievements, and this information is from our CIDP review, midterm review. That is our position. The classrooms, we are a mobile, we have a number of mobile ECD centers. People move with the animals, they also move with their schools. That is why we are having issues of uni-huts being assembled. So we move with the children, with the people as they move from one place to another in search of pasture. So we have the fencing, the feeding program. We feed the children on CSB+, that is corn soya blend, which is fortified, and another per year around 365,000 children benefit from that program. We have supplied all our ECD centers, 332 as at 2018-2019 with the furniture, age-appropriate furniture, teaching learning materials as at that particular time. Next slide. I can see time is not on our challenges. Inadequate staffing, and who are also ill-qualified because of political reasons, not because the qualified teachers are not there. We have teachers who even don't have CPE certificate. How they were recruited by the board is what we do not know. The politics is behind it. So ill-qualified, so our teacher-pupil ratio stands at 158 instead of the recommended 1 to 25. Inadequate funding of ECD programs, capitation is not there. The feeding programs, like although we are saying the allocation is there, even the current financial year, we have not utilized a cent from it. So utilization, as I've mentioned, is a problem. So our children have not fed at least for 1 year now. Grossly inadequate infrastructure. We have a situation where a classroom is shared between PP1 and PP2. So there is a corridor between, in the middle of the class. One side is PP1, the other side is PP2, because the infrastructure, the classrooms are not enough. No CBC training. We have only managed to train the ECD officers, that is the ward coordinators and the like, who are actually to be the TOTs. But we are not able to train our ECD teachers. But in the budget, you have seen there is some allocation for all the 3 years. The fear of COVID-19, drought, desert locust invasion are some of the challenges that we have. The nomadic lifestyle, moralism, beating, leading to dropout from schools. The FGM is part of that. Weak coordination between the ECD service providers. Next slide. Priority areas, recruit more qualified teachers to reduce the teacher-pupil ratio, confirm the position, to the position of appointment, the serving ECD teachers, particularly those who have the qualification, the certificate and the diploma and the degree holders, and be recruited, remunerated according to SRC guidelines. What we are doing now is a graduate, for example, instead of entering service at the Group K, according to SRC guidelines, is entering service at job group F. Very serious. Then construction of more classrooms to ease congestion. As I've mentioned, the one classroom is split into 2 for PP1 and PP2. Install more water tanks and accessories to meet the high water demands. Our main source of water is roof harvesting. We don't have rivers, we don't have lakes, we don't have mains water supply except in few areas. Slide. The training of the CBC, then enhancing partnership with the stakeholders, conduct SNE assessment for appropriate placement, then provide assistive devices to learners with special needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for keeping time also, and the very grave issues you're raising there. And I like the way you're so bold to outline some of these issues which some of us may not really have the courage to say. And I had, like, when he was talking about the untrained teachers, people were like surprised. But these are things which are happening across counties. Yes. The only difference is that he's bold enough to kind of spell them out, and some of us may not be that bold. I like the fact that your partnerships clearly portray the multi-sectoral nature of early childhood. I heard you talk about the registration of births, the social safety nets and so forth. And you know, I'm glad that now ECD is no longer just about education. Everyone now is realizing that early childhood is, you know, it's more than just education. It's more than just nursery. It's health, it's social protection, it's agriculture, and so forth and so on. Thank you so much. So I would like to welcome our third presenter, Hakika Hana Shaka, Mr. Bila Shaka from Kwale County, to take us through what you're doing in Kwale. Karibu sana.
Okay, thank you very much. As you said, my name is Bila Shaka Abdallah. I'm from Kwale County. Kwale County is one of the 6 counties in the coast region of the Republic of Kenya, and geographically is located at a place or at an area that it is bordering the Indian Ocean to the east, and also to the south, we've got the Republic of Tanzania bordering us, particularly the Tanga region. In Kwale County, area number 1 on multi-sectoral approach to ECCED. Next slide, please. The multi-sectoral approach to ECCED, we have some interventions that we've actually been able to achieve or to put in place through cooperation or assistance from all the stakeholders that are actually in place. And the first area is an intervention on health and nutrition of children, which is done in conjunction by the Department of Education, in conjunction with the Department of Health, State Department of Health, and also the County Department of Health. Then we've also an elaborate feeding program to ensure that nutrition issues are mitigated in the county, and this is done by the county government and also in conjunction with the Department of Health and Nutrition in the county to ensure that what they get or what our children get is as per the nutritional requirements of the children. Then there is also community sensitization and mobilization of parents or the mothers on the breastfeeding, so as to ensure that also the health, the area of health is taken care of. Then there is also to ensure that there is also learning, early learning opportunities for children, even those that are under the age of 4. We've got advocacy and cooperation with the madrasas in the locality and also churches in the locality, so that these children are introduced to learning in their early years. Then also, as a county, we've been able to construct early childhood education centers that are child-friendly schools, so as to ensure that the children who get into these particular centers are getting what we call holistic development. We achieve that particular aspect as a county. And we are doing that in conjunction with the Department of Infrastructure in the county government and also other stakeholders like NEMA and the like. Then we also have we've employed ECD teachers in the county, and we've been able to put them in place in conjunction with the commissions such as the Salaries Commission and also the county government through the Public Service Board, so that they are employed. And right now we've ECD teachers who are trained and are employed by the county government permanent and pensionable terms. Then financial allocation for the county, or in the 3 consecutive years, beginning in the year 2019, financial year 2019 and 2020, we've got thematic areas, or we've got areas that we are actually looking at as a county. Schools, and a child-friendly school must have all the components that are required, like safety, like play equipment and the like. So that's another area that we've actually been allocating money on, and we had 8 million, 11 million, and 8 million consecutively. And then we have energy-saving decos. In that ECD center that we are constructing a tuition block that has 2 classrooms and an office, then a kitchen, then a toilet for the children. And in that particular kitchen that we are constructing, there is supposed to be an energy-saving deco, so that it facilitates easy preparation of the meals for the children. And we've been having 8 million, 11 million, and 8 million for the 3 years. Then water harvesting system, because of the shortages of water and the need of water that is very urgent in the centers, we've actually been putting 8 million, 5 million, and 4 million consecutively. Then construction of ECD centers, that is development. That ECD center that we call an ECD center that is child-friendly, the blocks that I've mentioned about the kitchen, the 2 classrooms, and the office of the teacher and the toilet, we had allocated 407 million, 290 million, 314 million in the 3 financial year. Then furnishing ECD centers so as to make that particular center child-friendly, 18 million, 22 million, and 15 million. Then instructional materials, that is exercise books for the children, crayons, and all mentioned there, 20 million, 30 million, and 20.5 million in the 3 financial years. Next slide, please. Then the achievements that we've had as a county, the ECD centers that we call them child-friendly, we've now been able to put up 545 centers. That package that I have mentioned about. Then increased enrollment, that's an achievement from around 40,000 when during the beginning of the devolution period to now 66,615 currently in the public schools. Then we've been able to employ 909 trained ECD teachers who are permanent and pensionable on permanent and pensionable terms right now, teaching the children in the pre-primary 1 and pre-primary 2. Then establishment of 908 ECD boards of management. We've actually as a county, we realized that there is a problem on leadership and governance and leadership in our schools. And following the National Policy of Education, ECDE, we've been able to put in place in all the 908 ECD centers that in Kwale, we've been able to put up, or we've been able to establish boards of management that are functional. Then improvement of partnership and collaboration that has brought on board partners such as Madrasa, Al-Child Program, T4T, Aga Khan Foundation and the like, in capacity building programs for our children, and also improvement of infrastructure, which is done by partners like Plan International Kenya. Then challenges that we have as a county, one, understaffing. We had said that we had put in place 908 ECD teachers on permanent and pensionable terms, but actually the number is low compared to the enrollment and also compared to our number of centers that are in need of staff. So that's a challenge. Challenge number 2, inadequate child-friendly centers. We've also been able to put 545, but we still need more because, as you've seen, the centers are 908. So it means we are almost 50% to the target. So that's a challenge. Lack of governance and leadership skills among school leaders, as I've mentioned, that's also a problem or a challenge that made us put in place boards of management as a mitigation measure, because you find that our teachers whom we appoint as head teachers in these particular ECD centers don't have management skills. So we encounter so many problems when it comes to administration and management of ECD programs. Also the boards of management, most of them are not knowledgeable on the current and dynamics that are actually happening in education. So that's a challenge. Then inadequate budgetary allocations. We have got quite a lot that we need to put in place, but what comes in is actually not equivalent or equal to the tasks that we must go through as a county in ECDE. Then poverty is a problem. As much as the county is putting quite a lot of investment in education, the roles that are hidden in the parents, which are supposed to be played by the parents, are not able to be taken care of simply because of the poverty index in the county. Most of the parents are not able to even buy simple or small basic requirements like, let's say, uniform for their children. Then poor parental involvement in the education of their children. The parents, particularly men, are not actually involving themselves in the education of their children. You call them for a meeting, you don't get any, you get just mothers. Slow rate of projects completion by contractors. We are having so many projects in place, but sometimes our contractors, due to maybe lack of capacity and the like, they take quite a long time. And as we are concerned, we are so much ambitious, in fact, over-ambitious, that once projects are done, they're completed within the contract period. Then political interference that affect ECD programs. Most of the MCAs, I'm sorry to say it, and I have not said it, are not very much well blessed with education, and they're not aware of ECDE. To them, ECD is just like going and playing and doesn't require any resources. So you propose as a department, as a government, you propose that we need a child-friendly center here. Because those people who are not, did not vote him in, that because they have got a provision that they can at least treat some of the projects, they say no, these people will get an ECD 20 years' time when I'm dead, I'm done, when I'm dead. So that is exactly what's happened. Then priority areas, as a county, we are still in need of, because that's for, construction of 20 more ECD centers, deployment of 300 ECD teachers, capacity building programs for POMs, then scaling up WASH programs to reach all schools, increased budgetary allocations for the feeding program because of increased enrollment. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the very elaborate presentation. I was looking at your intro. You talked about the advocating for children to go to madrasa and to go to Sunday schools, which I think is a very good practice because now it helps to kind of train the children, their morals, right from when they're still young. I know the Bible says, for those of us who are Christians, the Bible says in Proverbs chapter 22 that when you train a child in good, and they will never depart from those ways. So thank you so much for, as a county, for setting, that foundation of moral, training the children to be morally upright, because then when they grow old, we will not have these issues that you're facing in the country. We'll move on to our next speaker, Mr. Galgalo Ali, the County Director for Isiolo, to take the floor. If the presentation can come out, can come up on the screen, please.
Thank you. Thank you first for the organizers. Let me take this. I want to be very. Sorry for that. So thank you for the organizers. Let me take this opportunity to present. I want to be very brief. Isiolo is one of the FCDC counties, the former Northern Frontier District also. So these are our vision for the department, empowered, skilled and prosperous society with a high level of quality of life. That's the vision, sorry. Provide, promote, coordinate and quality education. That's our mission in early childhood and vocational training, the scope. Our mandate is effectively rolling out of ECD services and vocational training. So some of the achievements we had, there was construction of 92 ECD classrooms. And Isiolo is just, I think we follow behind us in terms of location is only Lamu. I think our population is Africa is Missouri. So anyway, we provide ECD, meals. I'll share about it later. We know there's not going to be effective ECD service, quality service, if there's no feeding in ECD. You know that, according to even ECD, national ECD policy. Provide ECD furniture for these centers. Established administration and structures according to the national preschool policy. That is, we have structures from the county to the teacher in charges we've established and capacity build all of them, because we believe that's the only way to roll out effectively. Provide 6 motorcycles for ECD coordination in far-flung wards for our ECD coordinators, which we've deployed just from the ECD teachers to make sure the work runs there. And it's also fast and also hard to move around, so we need to make sure we have people at the ward levels. Provision of teacher learning materials to all ECD centers, and for this we actually partnered, we did an MOU with Kenyan KLB, Kenya Teacher Bureau, to actually provide CBC PP1, PP2 books, which is a bit cheaper for us. So construction and operation so this is for polytechnic. You can just go to the next page. Maybe this is not directed to, okay. This is also for polytechnic. So we also disperse that. Those are budgets we have. Those also bursaries we provided. Watch equipment for ECD, all ECD centers, but especially during COVID, we got support from the partners that I'm going to show later, and we got again more wash stations. We provided those textbooks also. Provision of office furniture for educator. Can we continue? Next page, please. So we had collaboration with these partners, Child Fund, World Vision, and the activities they do on the first, second column after the, and then we had VSO. We have done training of CBC with some of the organizations. We have also GAL project. So we had support of UNICEF, that was in 2019.
And the community construct their own classroom, guided by the Department of Public Works. You know, instead of giving funds to a contractor, they will not own up that program. So you give the funds to the ECD center, managed by the committee who are trained and guided by the Public Works. So we have been able to construct all those classrooms by 2017 up to now. Enhanced nutritional for children through implementation of ECD feeding program. You can see at this picture, this is the governor, anapeana uji kwa wanafunzi. You know, that's very encouraging because sometimes he does that one. Goes to any ECD center and hakisha uji iko anapeana. When it's ready, even he takes a cup of porridge. And it's this porridge we were recommended by the Department of Health, and that's why it is like that. Improvement of children equipping of ECD centers with those ECD chairs. We are really trying to do that one so that we can cover the 1,215. Next slide. Challenges: inadequate financing of ECD, because this is a very wide area that we need a number of programs to run. Lack of proper or clear policies, legislation, and regulation. We always use the National Pre-Primary Policy of 2017. Lack of synergy with Ministry of Education and Teacher Service Commission. You know, some of the things, the TSC, and you know, all ECD teachers are registered by Teacher Service Commission. Management is done by the county government. So there are very small missing link that we need to connect with the Teacher Service Commission and also the Ministry of Education concerning other things like registration of schools, quality assurance, and training. Next. Key priority areas: equipping of ECD classrooms, HR development and implementation of ECD scheme of service, increase allocation for ECD feeding program, disability mainstreaming in provision of ECD, and this is an area that we are really focusing on. Registration of ECD space, maybe lands. You know, our area is a trust land and a community lands, so we want to register those spaces so that next time when we have children many grow, they will not ask who gave or donated the land to the ECD. Strengthening stakeholder engagement in issues of child protection, education and development. Next. That is a word of Pokot, say Saranyowo. Saranyowo. That means thank you very much. God bless you.
Saranyowo to you too. I hope I pronounced it well. Thank you so much, Mr. Geoffrey. I love the way your collaboration with one of your partners is dubbed. Go baby go. We only know this controversial one of come baby come. But I like the fact that there is the involvement of parents, which is very, very important. Sensitization of parents. Most of the times we just involve parents when you want money. Please bring money for this, bring money for that. But here we are now kind of empowering the parents to take good care of their children. So thank you. So finally, last but not least, you're going to have
Presentation from Dorcas Mudhoni, the County Director for ECD, Kiambu County. Karibu sana, Dorcas.
Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity. As she said, I'm Dorcas Mudhoni, Director ECD, Kiambu County. And I think I'll go through what we're doing, the status of ECD at Kiambu County. The Directorate of ECD is under Department of Education, Gender, Culture, and Social Services. And we move on. I didn't want to capture everything. Let's go through the vision and the mission above. The mission is to be able to be the leading county in the provision of ECD services for children in the country. Mission is to increase access, enhance retention to quality and relevant early childhood development education services. We go to the next. The strategic objectives are there outlined very well. I really don't want to go through each one of them, but I want to touch on the first one: increase quality staffing in ECD and strengthen human and institutional capacities to enhance services delivery. Of course, advocate on sensitize the community and other stakeholders, provision of friendly learning spaces or environment to maintain quality assurance and monitoring systems. I think we are eating. My eyes cannot see there. Let me stand up. Establish and strengthen strategic partnership and linkages with development partners. Provide set standard curriculum support materials for ECD and develop and formulate and implement policies and legal frameworks to guide the sector's framework. Go to the next. On this, we have to enhance the quality and relevance of ECD. We have 524 centers run by a director, assistant director, and we have 9 program officers and 3 in charge of the 12 sub-counties that we have in Kiambu. The program officers are assisted by assistant program officers who are again not substantive. They're not in the establishment, but they are assisting. And we have 1179 teachers who are permanent and pensionable. I want to give a breakdown. It is not well, but I think I carried it out. We have the financial implication of putting the teachers under permanent and pensionable terms. I must start by saying we have 16 teachers we're treating as assistant ECD teachers, and these are the untrained. Of course, you know, there was a court order that we should not send them away, so we retain them in Kiambu County. And these ones are in job group F, and we are paying them to 2,590. 677 ECD, that is assistant ECD teacher 2, and these are certificate holders, earning 28,000. We have 486 ECD teacher 3, and these are the job group H, earning 30,980. And we have 30 ECD teachers, those are graduate ECD teachers 2, that is job group K, earning 47,900. Per month, we have a budget of 424,000, and yearly, that is annually, our budget is 429,728,640. Actually, that's what we're paying them. That is the organogram what I've outlined. That is the directors and director program officers. And we go to the next. That's what I've talked about. We have the enrollment. We have 38 for 55 learners in our ECD centers, and we have 15 male teachers and 1164 female. We're still trying to sensitize more male to join the sector, because we realize that because of the little pay that we're giving them before, it was quite hard for them to be in the sector. But I've seen a number of them approaching us for employment that now that things are better. We move on to the next. On administrative services and management of the ECD center, I'm happy today to be here because I think I'll borrow from my brother here. on what they are doing in terms of management of the ECD centers, because I think in Kiambu County we are also quite affected by this. We've been trying to push through to see our acts on ECDE come through. It's still a draft in the final stages, and we realize that the management of the ECD centers are still left under the head teachers, and again, whom are not our employees, and in some centers managed by the teachers in charge. And you can tell what is happening there. It's a lot of maybe sometimes collection of funds that you cannot account for, and really looking into that. Provision of teaching and learning materials, again, we are limited by funds. We don't have, what we have is very little. We go, and because we have 5 million, again, split into 2 directorates. That is ECD and Vocational Training Center. On CPC, competence-based curriculum, I want to voice out what my brother has voiced out here today, that in Kiambu County, we've only trained through partnership. We've tried to follow it up with the KSCD. They told us the same thing they told them, that the training was supposed to have come from the ministry, and we're in communication with the ministry, because we were really trying to tell them, these are baby blotters, mezaa katoto, mekatawa kwako, and you've given another mother to take care of. This mother has no content on what should be trained, and that's our position as a county. So they've told us to come to the ministry, because the training was supposed to come through the ministry. And again, there is also voicing out the concern of how is it again trained. Even for Kiambu, thinking that we have trained, is not trained the right way. Because the pedagogy, when you're talking of taking primary school teachers to come and train ECDs, there's a lot they're going to miss on in terms of practice and what have you. So we are again not engaging the right people to come and train us. So I'm told in the KSCD there's a department of ECD that we can liaise with through the Ministry of Education, and they are going to guide us. Yeah, TSC.
Yeah, very different from ministry.
Yeah, TSC. Thank you. So they are going to guide us on how it should be done. I think we are going to have a communication on that. On the feeding program, again, we are providing Unimits, that is a combination of maize, soya, vitamins, again, which is pre-cooked to ensure that the nutrition value of it is maintained, and the nutrients are consumed at a very high rate, and also on cooking time, reduced on fuel. And I think we have a budget of 60 million from 82 million, because again, that was brought down. And we also have partners who are working with us. We have Mateo around Thika and Juja, and TAP Atal, again, supported by the parents. On co-curricular activities, you know a bit, we were affected by COVID, but back to it, we're still not funded as a county on the same, don't have any vote head for that. On construction and innovation and refurbishment of centers, we've done a number. And of course, we really focused on completion of the store projects, paying of the pending, clearing of the pending bills. And we have also ensured that we've done standard ablution blocks, factoring in people with special needs, and spacious classrooms. The stakeholder, I want to mention that we've worked with the ECD Network of Kenya on training our teachers.
How are they? Are they registered or they're not registered? Okay, so I think that.
Okay, thank you, Madam. I think in the interest of time, I'll allow the presenters to respond to those few questions. I think that those ones that were specific. So I think Kwale and Isiolo, you respond to those questions, and then you can have, no, not Kwale, it was West Pokot. Then Kwale, you can talk about the budget issue, because I know you have very good absorption rates. And then there was a question on faith-based organizations coordination. We can have Marsabit respond to that. And then there was another question on the schemes of service. We can have Kiambu respond to that. Okay.
Well, thank you. I think naona maswali yangu ni mengi. Okay, now let me. There's a question on Kambeju, which is an SNE center, School for Blind. I've been there several times. We don't have any specific intervention for that particular school, but we have an MOU with the VSO, Volunteer Service Organization, which actually now they are doing SNE. They have an SNE project. Actually, they're working with the EAC. But let me just say, my personal relationship with that particular school, I was there one time in 2019 with the UNICEF, and I know there's a teacher who also who's has got she's a blind teacher, actually ECCED teacher, and I have personally talked to her, and we've advertised actually vacancies, 126 teachers last year January, and because of that, and also intervention of the nominated MCA, we've actually advertised 5 special need teachers, ECCED teachers. But challenge is, that teacher must have an ECCED qualification for us to employ as an ECCED person. It has been a challenge. But sisi tumetangaza upande wetu. Hiyo ni moja. About development partners, actually I've said we have quite a number of development partners. And that the VSO, actually we have MOU with them. We are working close with all these people, but donors, the development partners, you can just work with them in the area of the operation and area they're interested, and the locations in the county that they're working. We just make sure we also work with them. Then on mambo ya monitoring, nimesema sisi huko ni hardship, department hatuna gari, but we have already said in our achievement, we've bought 6 motorcycles for ECCED coordinators, ward coordinators, to do that work on the ground, to make the work easy. On the meals, we have developed meals policy. Since 2015, Isiolo County has been allocated in the budget some fund, and we have challenges. I don't like to go back to what Isaac has said. That challenge is there. Even now, I have 50 million in my budget right now, even after supplementary. But to access the money is a challenge all over. It's not only Isiolo. So that's the challenge we have about the meals program, and that's the reason why I've made that policy with WP and also now with USAID, and we're also amending our Act, ECCED Act of 2014, to make sure this policy is strengthened more. And already we're working on it. By June, we are going to launch those documents to make sure this feeding program will be. To an extent, I was thinking that we may not even open ECCED center if the food is not there. I don't know whether it's acceptable within the law, but I'm working with a lawyer. If it's possible, then it's going to be one of the conditions I'm going to do. But I don't know whether the law allows that. So then about SNE classrooms. Most of our classrooms, we've built few classrooms, and our ECCED centers are 165. We have 222,000 ECCED learners, both in private and public. And we were not able to build special class. We don't have actually a unit, SNE ECCED unit, we don't have. But in the School of Deaf and some few other already established schools, we have actually given them teachers, and some of them are going to have, I think, a shorter course in that area at Kenya Institute of Special Education. So I have even posted that there already. And the School of Deaf have even put up infrastructures when sometimes they get some disaster like wind blows off, and I've been even the other government, not only this one. So I know whatever thing we have done in special education. So there's issue of, then about the disasters. Our area is disaster prone. No, disaster means sio lazima bomu, hata drought ni disaster. So I know that DRM policy already the county has developed with NMD and DMA. But also we have school disaster policy, national one. But I've already talked to an NGO. We see how we're going to make sure we have a preschool one, which is a bit customized for us to do specific intervention during interventions, no more disaster, interventions for schools, and now a county one. So about teachers, nimesema, so I think swali yangu ndio ilikuwa mingi. Yeah, I think mio nimejibu. So there's something I just forgot about Go Baby Go. We have got the VSO, the World Vision in Garbatula. They're also being implemented the same program. So I just forgot. Thank you.
Master Bit?
I think I was to respond to the issues of FBOs, faith-based organizations. In my presentations, I said that we are using the multi-sectoral approach. And in this, I said the county steering group is the entry point of any organization who wishes to support the ECD. The composition of the county steering group is the both levels of government, departments, and partners. Normally, these FBOs or even the NGOs and state actors, they come with a special, that they would like to operate in a particular area. And if there are already partners operating in those areas, the county steering group is mandated to redirect the organization so that duplication is minimized. So the FBOs, before they start their operation, they have to bring their programs to the county steering group, which is co-chaired by the governor and the county commissioner. And I said membership is all government departments, both national and county, and partners with various programs. So that is how we work. On the issue of, I don't know whether I will respond to this, the issue of SNEs. In our county, we do not have SNEs, SNE centers, special needs education centers purely run by county governments. These are operated, the existing ones are operated by the county governments, by the national governments. But what we are doing is that we are not able to employ teachers directly to these centers because it's more or less a function of the national government. The existing ones belong to the national government, and most of them are attached to a primary school. What we have done is that to support the national government, although we are not employing full-time special needs education teachers, and our youth internship program, we have employed the special needs teachers, SNE teachers, and posted them to these centers like Moyale School for the Deaf, for the physically challenged. In Laisamis, we have the school for the blind. We were able to recruit teachers and interns and post them to these centers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kwale. Please, on the budgets, very briefly.
Okay, thank you very much. There is a big concern from whoever has actually raised that particular issue, and it's a concern for us all. And to be sincere, it's contributed or it's attributed by political interference. As professionals, we know very well that what we are actually allocating, or what is actually allocated to it for ECDE, is not as per our needs, but all in all, we usually struggle. So it's a struggle that we usually put in place so that we get enough budget, or whatever we are getting. We might be wondering that what we are getting is little, but what we are getting is still through struggle. So it's simply because of what I had raised, that our people, particularly the leaders, some of them are not privileged, and they don't actually know what is all about child development and what is all about ECDE. However, as a county in Kwale, we've actually looked for mitigation measures for the same, and we are looking forward to having a bigger budget compared to what is supposed to be taken care of through lobbying. We are lobbying with the committee in charge of education in the county assembly, and we are privileged and thankful to God that our leader, the governor, is actually with us as far as budgetary allocations for ECDE is concerned. And as I said, generally it depends on the leadership, and the leadership here is the executive and also the county assembly. But as a people here, we can simply go through this particular problem of And budgeting on ECDE, if at all we shall lobby, we shall pour resources together, we shall actually move as a team and advocate for better allocations or more allocations in ECD. Thank you.
Yeah, that point.
In the interest of time,
no. One point, and it will be very short.
Very briefly. Please.
Okay, there is this other animal called the scholarship, which is actually blotting.
No, we will not talk about that because I think it's in the public domain. I know what you want to say, sir, but I'll not allow you to say it now. Please forgive me for that.
Fine.
What, Jay, you want to say something on the school meals program, a best practice that you're doing? There was a question by Esbon on the best practice for the school meals program.
Yeah, thank you. Is it working? Hello? Yeah, for Wajir, I think we have started very well. Since WFA has pulled out in providing meals to ECD, the county has taken over very nicely. So we have a budget of, although the budget is still not enough, but at least every financial year we're able to get around 30 million for feeding our ECD. So we normally provide rice, oil, and beans. So I think we are better off than other counties because every financial year we have a budget.
Okay, is there anything specific you want to point out as a learning, something that other counties can learn from that you're doing differently?
I think what we have done is we had a policy, we have developed a policy, and in our policy we have stated now that there must be money assigned for the ECD feeding program for the school meals. So it is there in our policy.
Thank you, West Pokot.
I just want to respond on the TSC. It's not a, yes, he seemed to be answering, but you are raising more questions. The issue is we have teachers who are champions, we know them, but they are primary school teachers. But where are the ECD champions that we can also train and use them to train ECD teachers? And you know the component of training is in the ministry because of the funding. Or if TSC is funding, then it's well and good. You can also fund the county government and train ECD champions in every maybe ward. Because you are using zones, we are using wards. We can train ECD teachers to be champions so that they can be used to train other ECD teachers. The issue here is funding. It's not even about the training itself. Who should fund this? Is it the county government or the national government? And you know, curriculum development is a national government function. So it should follow with you should follow that one with money, so that we can use to train the teachers. That's our point of concern.
Thank you, Kiambu.
Okay, thank you so much. I think mine was on the scheme of service and the engagement of the teachers on the same. I think, as my brother has said, it's all about the political goodwill. And I think in Kiambu County, it was a journey for 3 years. We started in 2017, and this came to success in 2020. And we had engaged our teachers actually with a draft. We were very clear even to the drafter. And I think that was all about faith. So again, I know we had a meeting in Naivasha, and all the counties again, we are being pushed that during the COG, we engage the teachers in under the scheme of service. So that is going to happen very soon. But I think most of the counties, just like in Kiambu, the limitation is the funding. We don't have enough funds for the same. Because again, I think I am also undertaking another course on the implementation of the NHF, because it was not captured in the implementation of the same, which again we are looking into. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So Eva, to answer your question, yes, there are formal like engagement, terms and conditions for the pre-primary teachers. However, the implementation varies across the counties. Thank you so much. Anyone who has a question on the presentation, please, on the presentation only, so that we don't lock them out. And very brief ones, please, in the interest of time.
On the presentation of the nurturing care framework, please, not on the counties.
We shall see. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be in this conference. My name is Nazi Kivutha from Makueni County, and I'm very, very proud of my fellow county first ladies. Yesterday, we really enjoyed the presentation from Siaya, from Her Excellency, the First Lady of Siaya. But that was it. That is the only First Lady I have heard being mentioned with the ECCED. Does it mean that you don't have First Ladies in your counties? I would want to believe they are there. I know Christine Mvuria is very, very active with girls and early pregnancies, reproductive health. I know Mary, Her Excellency from Pokot, West Pokot, is very active. I know you have very active First Ladies. How do you involve them in these particular programs for children? Because actually, these ladies are the mothers in those counties. And early today I was wondering, then why am I here? If I'm not even involved, nobody asks me what I have been doing in my county, or the directors don't, they don't liaise with me to know whether there is something I can contribute to my county. We feel kind of misplaced, because if we can carry lots of projects, lots of programs in the county, which are very well thought out, and if our work is advocacy, then when you talk of budget, in Makueni I have been able to make sure that there is a yearly budget for menstrual health management. In Makueni I have made sure that there is a budget for reproductive health. In Makueni I have been able to do an act of parliament for reproductive health and family planning. But this very fundamental area of children, child nurturing, why are we not involved? Why is it that we just hear and we're being called to listen and we're not being involved? And yet, we are the mothers of the county. This is to all of you. Don't you think there is a missing link there? Yes. Why are you pushing us away? And yet, we are the mothers. And yet, we do a lot of advocacy in our counties. Aren't you being disadvantaged, shooting your own foot? Because we are there to help. We are there to make sure that our children get the best. But nobody asks us. Nobody incorporates us. We are here. I want you to know that we are here and you are willing and ready to work with you in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that and for reassuring the counties that they have the support for the First Ladies. On nurturing care framework? Time is up. Your question is on nurturing care framework. Nurturing care framework.
Give me an opportunity so that I can also express myself. Sorry for that. It's good to express myself because I've also come here, I'm learning, and maybe I have a contribution. My name is Dr. Miriam Nyamwamu. I'm a legal officer from Kenya Prisons Headquarters, and I'm happy to be here today. I have a concern for Madam from TSC. It seems like all county directors are not aware about the trainings on the CBC. I'm aware that education was devolved. So whose role is it? The director from Elgeyo Marakwet, West Pokot has alluded that the developing of the curriculum was done by KICD, and that's a national responsibility. So whose responsibility is it to train the ECD teachers? Is it the county or the TSC? So it's important for the TSC to give a directive to all counties that in case they need any training, then they should contact ABCD instead of them being in a dilemma. I have a question to Marsabit. You've said that you have UNHATs. How do they operate? Do they move together with the, do ECD teachers move together with the nomads, or how does it happen? Are the structures not permanent? I'm worried about it. Another issue is about recruiting untrained teachers. Don't you think that we are misleading our children? You see that we don't have trained people who can be employed as teachers in this country. Another issue, you've talked about interference from the political level. I'm aware that at the county level, they work in committees. Why can't you engage the budget committee so that you sensitize them on the importance of ECD? Because without sensitization, it still will be under budget. Or maybe you can also involve the governors, because they are the bosses of the county. Another issue I have is about the gender policy. There is a county director who has mentioned to us that they have a gender policy. What is it about? What does it entail? Is it part of this ECD program? Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you so much.
My name is Nancy Juma. I work for Smart Start Siaya in Siaya County in the Office of the First Lady. And I was looking at the training as well for ECD teachers. And if you look at the CBC, it should also compass, we are here because of nurturing care for ECD. But you realize that we are leaving the nurturing care component. We only talk about the ECD component. Yet the nurturing care encompasses even the CBC itself and the ECD. Why are we leaving out the nurturing care component? So it is just a wake-up call for all of us. Let us also take our teachers through the nurturing care. Let them understand. It will make their work easier in the ECD. If they understand nurturing care, the caregivers will understand the nurturing care through them. It will make their work easier in the ECD. And also issues of the feeding program. What are some of the sustainability measures for all of us? We realize that either it is supported by the government, either it is supported by the partners. But partners come and go. What are those sustainability strategies that we have to ensure that this is maintained for our children? If you look at some of the schools in Siaya, caregivers are the ones in charge of the feeding program. If you come in, we agree with the teachers that this is what the caregivers will do. Children come with this for children to eat each and every day. So let us just think through as directors of education, what are some of the sustainability measures? Because I heard one of us talk about children have not fed for 1 year in the school. The budget is there. But does it mean that the capacity of the people implementing the budget is what is lacking? Let us go back and look at what is that problem and work on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think in the interest of time, please. We are actually 30 minutes past our time.
This is the chair of one of the First Lady.
I don't need a microphone.
Yeah. Thank you.
My advice, and coming from the counties and listening to our county executives or directors speaking, it is obvious that there's a problem with the policy inclusion. You know, yesterday we were talking about financing and investment and budgeting in ECDs. So if we have these people who are sitting here talking about their experiences, involved from the beginning with the policy and the financing, then some of these challenges that we're experiencing, you know, I'm surprised that people are surprised that we have untrained teachers in the counties.
Sure.
But what do you do if Wajir, the teachers are taken off? Or Mandera? What do you do if your county is limited in terms of their wages ceiling? Because the Salaries and Remuneration Commission is saying, and the Controller of Budget is saying, you have exceeded your wage bill, and you cannot employ these people on a permanent and pensionable basis. These are the day-to-day realities that counties are facing. Yet, the financing, the policy, the design of early childhood education does not take into account the uniqueness of Mandera and the advantages of Makueni. That is the reality. One size doesn't fit all. Include the doers, include the policy makers together in one room. Then approach government from national to the county so that we have a solution for each region and for each county that is going to affect children. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those very good remarks, and I agree with you. And also, just to toss the coin and say, we also need to think about the quality as we do that, so that you're also not compromising the quality. Madam from Prison Service, your question on UniHealth, I'm also very interested, but I'll follow it up separately with the presenter, so don't feel like I locked you out. Please understand, we don't have time. I know the discussions have been very interesting. I would want to go on and on, but I also don't want to be the one standing between you and your lunch. So I think we'll stop at that, just to say thank you so much for your time and for your patience and for your very, very valuable contribution. Thanks to the presenters also for the very, very good presentations you've made, and also for the responses that you've done in this forum. And thank you for the organizers, the tech team. Thank you so much.
And at this point, I will call on those that have been tasked to give the final remarks, even as we culminate this conference. And just for me to just reiterate something that perhaps is very familiar to you, even as you were invited to be our guests in this conference. Great strides have been made in Kenya over the last decade to reduce stunting and child mortality, increase pre-primary school enrollment, and transition to school. Whereas these indicators point to an upward trend in outcomes of children, it is not steep and steady enough to ensure no child is left behind and guarantee quality of care, education, and development. The National Policy Conference on ECCED was convened to offer an opportunity for stakeholders to specifically share innovations, knowledge, and understanding on the status of policy and regulatory reform at county and national level. Now, participants had the opportunity to discuss a roadmap for further collaborative action that not only puts government in the lead, but ensures other actors work together to accelerate quality, affordable early childhood care and education in Kenya. So, what needs to be actioned to ensure what has been discussed and learned in this conference translates to reality for the sake of our children? At this point, I will introduce Ruth Mwendo, who is affiliated with the African Population and Health Research Center, APHRC, to give that call for action. Tafadhali makofi.
Thank you very much. Before I give the call for action, I'd like to give some context as to why we are calling on action from all participants who've been here in the past 2 days. The first one is, if you look at the demographic profile pyramid for Kenya, from 1990 to about 2050, the highest population is at the base, 0 to 8 years. Is the biggest human capital that we have. So we cannot afford to continue ignoring that critical population. We've had in the different sessions that we've been, these children that we're talking about, where are they? They're at home, they're in prisons, they're in daycare centers, they're in different places. Some are in high conflict areas, some in very impoverished situations, others are in refugee camps, and the majority of them are low income and vulnerable. So we need targeted responses for those children. And for the entire population, all children, regardless of where they grow, need equal opportunities. So in some cases, we need universal strategies to reach to all children to ensure that nurturing care reaches every child in this country. And as the collaborative action for childcare, we see government as the tool, as the driver, as taking the driving seat and taking us all there. Because research and different interventions have demonstrated when government takes the front seat, things move forward. The Cuban government is a good example, where where the government took the opportunity to lead childcare, and it's one of the countries that has very good ECCED outcomes and returns on that investment. So it doesn't matter the resources that are there. It just takes the government and other actors, as well as families, collaborating and moving forward with the agenda. And so I will read the communique based on the conversations and the conference themes that were developed. So we, the 233 delegates, comprising of 218 physically present and 15 virtually via Zoom as of yesterday, representing national and county governments, Council of Governors Secretariat, county first ladies, implementing and research organizations, the private sector, international development partners and supporters, convened for the national conference to advance Kenya's ECCED legal reforms in the era of the devolution, take action on the following. So the Constitution of Kenya 2010 anchors human rights with the Bill of Rights 2010 that for the first time includes children. Article 6 establishes that the 47 counties heralding a devolved system of government and services, particularly in the health and education sectors. Over the last decade, progress has been made in Kenya to reduce stunting and child mortality, to increase pre-primary school enrollment, and to transition to school. While this progress points to an upward trend in the outcome for children, it is not steep and steady enough to ensure that no child is left behind. The gap for children aged 0 to 4 is particularly glaring and leads to the curtailing of the human development potential of the next generation, as a critical window of child development remains a missed opportunity. The government of Kenya endorsed the Nurturing Care Framework as a commitment to the global consensus that all children can reach their full potential with the provision of the 5 interrelated and indivisible components of the nurturing care: good health, adequate nutrition, safety and security, responsive caregiving, and opportunities for early learning. The environment in which children grow requires timely responses. Children's enhancement needs responsive regulations, appropriate attention, and critical investment. The COVID-19 pandemic continues to bear the greatest brunt of compounded adverse effects, ranging from maternal stress, household economic instabilities, changing family, social and economic priorities and structures, among other effects. Governments, communities, and organizations must work together to ensure parents and caregivers get the support and resources they need, and the children need not just to survive, but to thrive. Policy and regulatory instruments need to be held accountable to ensure rights to quality care, education, and development are upheld. ECCED is a pathway to establish a skilled workforce and to ensuring a healthy, thriving citizenry. And so based on that, We, the delegates, and the ECCED Policy and Regulatory Reforms Technical Working Groups of the inaugural National ECCED Policy Conference are making a call to action as follows. 1, integrate the nurturing care framework into policy, legislation, and national and county programming by prioritizing at the highest political authority the implementation of the nurturing care framework. 2, enact national Kenya's ECD policy to strengthen multi-sectoral partnerships, coordination, and collaboration. 3, harmonize and strengthen systems for developmental monitoring to ensure assessment, screening, early detection, management, and referral of development delays in county and national level programs. 4, the national government to support the 47 counties to set up minimum standards for all categories of childcare facilities as per relevant policies. 5, national government to scale up the capacity building of frontline workers, including all caregivers and teachers, to ensure integration of the nurturing care into maternal and child health services to enable all children to reach their full developmental potential. 6, the national government to dedicate funds with guiding financing frameworks that can be adapted by counties, indicating how funding for early childhood should be prioritized and utilized. 7, the county governments to prioritize investments in early learning beyond infrastructural development for the holistic development of children. And finally, all ECCD actors to collaborate and support governmental efforts in the aforementioned call to action. So we would like to hear whether the delegates in this room endorse those action points, if we are committing to work towards achieving the action points that we have presented. We need a yes or no.
Okay, so we seem not to be communicating. So, I believe that we are asking for a commitment from all the delegates who are part and parcel of this inaugural conference to actually put forth their commitment to ensure that we make the call to action a reality for the sake of our children. Do we commit to this, yes or no? Do we commit to this, yes or no? Yes. In our different capacities, we'll realize this for the sake of our children. Tafadhalini, can we all be upstanding and clap to that commitment, because it goes a long way in ensuring that this is not only talk. Makofi tafadhali. Are you happy? Okay. All right, you can have your seats now. Ladies and gentlemen, I think throughout this conversation, it has been very clear that inclusion is part and parcel of making this realization for our children come to pass. And it is so critical that it has been said over and over again that despite where our children are born or grow up, they deserve quality ECCED interventions, including those within our prisons. And I would like to give a few minutes to the Deputy Commissioner, Kenya Prison Service, Madam Florence Omundi, to just come and give her remarks, because she is a great partner on this journey. If you can make your way to the podium, tafadhali. I think there was a very good debate around this issue of inclusion, especially when it comes to the realities of the children within our prison systems, and Deputy Commissioner can give us more perspective and of course give remarks. Thank you. Please, let's appreciate her. Asante.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Mine is just to make the commitment that we in the Kenya Prison Service are committed to this call for action. With the 233 children that we have today who are in contact with the law, and the 350 children who are in conflict with the law, we are committed to ensuring that in the circumstances that they are in, within the law, we will ensure that they are given the best in terms of attaining the requirements of the ECCED. And I want to assure you that we will do whatever it takes as government to ensure that those children don't miss out and that they will grow up in the best environment in the circumstances possible. We are working on the policy, like we mentioned yesterday, on child care for children of incarcerated parents. Parents include men. Incarcerated parents also have an implication of children left at home by the incarcerated parents. These children, more often than not, are the same ones that you find in the streets because their mothers, their fathers, their caregivers, or their guardians are locked up in the prisons. Please, let's ensure that we support children who are victims of crime, serving a sentence without a warrant, being behind bars simply because they need the milk from the mother to grow up during those very early years of their lives. Thank you very much, and may God bless you. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner, Kenya Prison Service, Madam Florence Omundi, for also committing to that call to action. Now, we move on definitely. Am I active? Yes. We move on definitely to another speaker. And again, I have been reiterating that we are here courtesy of the Collaborative Action for Childcare Initiative, a huge technical working group that came together to actually put this together. And it would be prudent if we hear from the chair, ECCED Policy and Regulatory Reforms Technical Working Group, and of course the founder and CEO of UTHA-BT Africa, even as we culminate this conference. Please, let's appreciate Asaya Imai.
Before I say anything, may I please request the members of the technical working group to stand. Members of the technical working group, please stand. Let's give a round of applause to them. It's been a pleasure working with the technical working group. We just formed it, I think, towards the end of last year, and 4 months later we have a conference. I think that demonstrates our ambition as the Collaborative Action for Childcare to really get action going on this issue. The technical working group has 20 members, including civil society, organizations, representatives from government departments, county governments, the Council of Governors, research agencies, childcare enterprises, and other institutions. We are keeping the number at 20 because we think at 20 we will be able to work together effectively to make change happen. This conference is part of our efforts to incentivize working together. During this conference, we've had county governments saying they are going to be developing their county integrated development plans. They need help with that. We had counties say they want to develop the policies and regulations for childcare. We have had counties say they are developing plans to really begin to make active decisions to invest in childcare. We've had stories about inclusion, very, very important. And in fact, the Commission has just reminded us that when we talk about inclusion, we must talk about incarcerated children or children of incarcerated parents. The technical working group is here to stay. It has a 2-year mandate. And we are looking at organizing events like this next year, and we hope to see you so that you can come and share practical things you've done during the year. We will attempt to bring actors together the way we are doing now to ensure that we work collaboratively together. We will create and provide space for collaboration, and we hope from here we can actually begin to practically work together in every county where we go at national level. Ensure that the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Gender, and the Ministry of Education begin to work together with civil society working actively to support government action. We've talked about putting government in the lead. We will continue putting government in the lead because children fundamentally belong to government. We will ensure that the technical working group meets regularly. In the next 2 weeks, we will meet to review the call to action and define practical activities we want to do over the next year, because we are determined to ensure that this conference is not just a conference that ends up with a nice communique gaining dust in our desks, on our desks. So we are delighted you came. We know you are the people who get things done in your offices, in your organizations. Please use the networks you've developed here to make change happen for children, because together we can accelerate quality, affordable early childhood care for all in Kenya. Thank you.
Mr. Imaya, it is a pleasure, and we really appreciate you for putting this together on behalf and with the help of the bigger technical working group. Now, as you know, the National Policy Conference on Early Childhood Care Education and Development brought together participants from government, Council of Governors, researchers, academia, civil society organizations, parliamentarians, national and county assembly committees on education and delegated legislation, childcare entrepreneurs, private sector players, and of course the children's voices. So definitely, as we have had, the children ultimately belong to the government, so it is very key for us to give the government a voice in this, and of course they're the ones who will be giving us a concluding keynote. And speaking on behalf of the Principal Secretary, State Department of Early Learning and Basic Education, we are joined by Agustina Mwendwa. Agustina, if you can make your way to the podium. Tafadhali, let's appreciate her as she comes. Let's appreciate her one more time. Thank you.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mine is to represent the director who is supposed to represent the PS, that is Dr. Ojwang. So I will read his remarks on behalf of my director who sent me to come and represent him. As you know, the national exams are on, and the officials in the ministry are all out in different counties to monitor and to supervise the national exam. That is why I'm representing my director, who is supposed to represent Mr. PS, Dr. Ojwang. I will read his remarks. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to join you in this Early Childhood Care Education and Development Conference. It is a pleasure to be part of this gathering that seeks to deliberate on critical issues regarding early childhood development in Kenya. The government of Kenya prioritizes education and training as a key enabler to the development of human capital for national development. The government has supported numerous ECCED policy initiatives spearheaded by the Ministry of Education, including the launch of the pre-primary education policy in 2017 and the guidelines in 2018. Ladies and gentlemen, the ministry recognizes the importance of early childhood development as a foundation for holistic development of children and their achievement in life. It is based on this reality that the ministry continues various reforms targeting the integration of ECD into basic education system. A key among these reforms is the development of competence-based curriculum for early years education that caters for children from pre-primary education to grade 3. There is also a review of the Kenya School Readiness Assessment Tool, that is KISRAT, establishment of National Early Childhood Education Committee, NESEC, to strengthen intersectoral coordination, among others. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, despite the above expansion of pre-primary education, the quality of services provided to children remains a challenge, manifested in proliferation of poor quality ECD centers, high children to teacher ratio, poor physical infrastructure, and inadequate teaching learning materials, lack of play spaces and opportunities for young children to enjoy living and learning through play, and a weak intersectoral coordination of ECD services. Ladies and gentlemen, it should be noted that the Ministry of Education is putting in measures to support the counties and address the above challenges. These include incorporating ECD into short and long-term education training plans, such as the Midterm Plan 3 and the National Education Sector Plan, reforms in pre-primary education training. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to recognize the efforts of the county governments to expand and improve access to quality ECD services through improvement of infrastructure, recruitment of various cadres of ECD personnel, and initiatives to improve terms and conditions of services for ECD personnel across the counties. I also appreciate the leadership provided by ECE, that is County Executive Committee, and the county directors of education to provide policy guidance to the county levels. These efforts need to be improved through strong collaboration at both national and county levels. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to appreciate the contribution of development partners such as UNDP, the World Bank, the UNICEF, by implementing the ministry and the county government efforts through financial and technical support. In conclusion, it is my sincere hope that deliberations of this conference will result in improvement of quality pre-primary education, With those few remarks, I have officially declared the conference closed. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
Thank you, Agustina, and thank you for representing the Ministry of Education. It has been a good 2 days, definitely great conversations had here. And as I say, it takes a village to raise a child, literally. And there are numerous partners who work in collaboration with the government of Kenya in the provision of early childhood development services. And some of them starting off with the key most parents and other caregivers, the community, the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, and other ministries within government. And of course, universities and research institutions, NGOs, private sector, and the community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, and of course bilateral and multilateral development partners, all that were represented here in different capacities. We thank you for being part of this inaugural conference, but I will call to the podium Immaculate Salaon to actually give a good vote of thanks to everyone who attended and was part and parcel of making this a reality. Kindly let's appreciate Immaculate.
Thank you, Gladys. No event can be successful without people who devote their resources, their time, their skills, and knowledge to ensure that everything works flawlessly. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my singular honor and pleasure on behalf of Collaborative Action of Childcare and with Abiti Africa to move a vote of thanks. We appreciate the peace that God has blessed us with for the last 2 days we have been here. We wish to appreciate the guest of honor, Her Excellency, the Governor of Nairobi County, Anne Kananu. We also appreciating, in a very special way, the county First Ladies. The First Ladies are here, led by their chairperson, Her Excellency Maria Beneka. You have been very engaging. We are pleased, and we know the discussions will continue. It is important for us to take note of the counties that have been represented here by the First Ladies: Garissa, Homa Bay, Kajiado, Kisumu, Makueni, Nyamira, Siaya, Tharaka Nithi, and Laikipia. Thank you so much. We also wish to thank the Chief Executive Officer, Council of Governors, Ms. Mary Mwiti. We appreciate Honorable Lady Justice Lucy Gitari, National Special Task Force in Children's Matters. We appreciate the World Bank and other development partners that have supported this conference. We also appreciate the keynote speakers, Amanda Devacelli from World Bank and Dr. Teresa Muoma from the ECCED Network for Kenya. We appreciate the Deputy Commissioner of Prisons, Florence Omundi, who just made her presentation. We appreciate the County Executive Chair from the MOH Department, Kakamega. We appreciate in a very big way the counties that have made it to this conference. We have directors from the Ministry of Health, directors from the Ministry of Education,
And the counties that made it here are Nairobi, Busia, Garissa, Kiambu, Isiolo, Kajiado, Kisumu, Kwale, Lamu, Nakuru, Mandera, Marsabit, Mombasa, Samburu, Tana River, Tharaka Nithi, Wajir, West Pokot, Siaya, Kakamega, Kirinyaga, Kisumu, Bungoma, Meru, Vihiga, Embu, Samburu, Kitui, Makueni, Machakos. Can we applaud? Yes. Thank you so much for your time. We would also want to appreciate the county directors from the departments of health, education, finance, and budgets. I think this is a big stride that we have the budget officers in the house. Thank you so much. We also appreciate the partners, implementers of early childhood education and development. We appreciate the stakeholders from public-private partnerships. We also appreciate, in a very special way, our great moderator, Gladys Gachanja, who has been very vibrant, giving a personal touch to every session, given her great understanding of the children issues. With this, I would like to request you to join the ECCED Network for Kenya and play a bigger role. Thank you, Gladys. We are appreciating the policy, regulatory reforms, and technical working group members who have put this conference together. I think you saw them standing. All the presenters, you did an amazing job. All the session chairs and their rapporteurs, the conference rapporteurs, we had sign language rapporteurs. We have them here. They've done an amazing job. We also wish to appreciate the media team, Mtoto News, with the BT social media support team. We had the virtual media, and finally our photographers and videographers who are still doing their job up to this time. You have done an awesome job. We appreciate. I'm sure we have all seen the ushers who registered us, have guided us, and have made us comfortable while here. Thank you so much. We also wish to thank the management of Safari Park and all the support staff who have made our stay here enjoyable and comfortable. Finally, yet importantly, we appreciate you all, including our online participants, for staying through and for all the contributions you have made towards advancing Kenya's ECCED legal reforms in the era of devolution. Can we appreciate the First Ladies? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hope I've not left anybody out. Those that have been here physically, those that have participated online, we truly appreciate you from the depth of our hearts. Asante sana, and let's keep the ECCED policy fire burning. Thank you so much.
We appreciate you, Immaculate Salaon. Please, let's appreciate her one more time, even as she took time to appreciate others.
Yes, I would like to mention partners that supported this cause. Child Fund, Kidogo, Their World, the Aga Khan University, CRS or Catholic Relief Services, with the BT Africa, Oxfam, Ejna Giving, Faraja, the Collaborative Center for Gender and Development, the ECCED Network for Kenya, PATH, Community Initiatives Agenda, Conrad Hilton Foundation, and last but not least, Teres de Mons, Helping Children Worldwide, and the World Bank. An applause for them, please, kindly. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much.
Okay, again, let's appreciate Immaculate one more time, even as we close this session. But before we do, of course, we need to lift our prayers, because it is because of God and His grace that we've been able to travel from far and wide and be part and parcel of this inaugural conference and be able to achieve so much in the last 2 days. And to help us do so, let me invite to the podium Sister Helen Kasaka, who is from the Association of Consecrated Women in Eastern and Central Africa. Let's appreciate her. And also let me ask Athman Heri, Director ECCED Lamu County, to also come to the front so that we're able to transition quickly from one prayer to another. Karibu, sister.
Let us pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Almighty God, would like to thank you for your love, your presence, and your mercy. We appreciate for leading us in these deliberations. And we pray, dear Lord, that as we depart, you help us to implement all the matters of importance that we have deliberated on to your expectations. May you help us to be the light and the salt to the entire world. May we be the best and the first to implement all that we have discussed. And as we leave this place, we invite you to be the driver, to protect us from all the dangers of this world. We ask all this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen wa salatu wa salamu ala Sayyidil Mursaleen. Once again, we want to appreciate or to register our appreciation to the Almighty God, Allah. We register this appreciation knowing and believing that there is none but Him, the one, the omnipotent, the cherisher, and the sustainer of this world. We know and believe that whatever effort and initiative we put in, without His will and wish, nothing will exist. As a result of that, we know much has gone on here in the 2 days in terms of discussions, plenary, dialogue, and much more. But all this, we believe, can only happen with your blessings. Almighty God, we ask you to bless each cadre, beginning from the planners, the organizers, the facilitators, and the participants who are here today. We want to pray for your journey mercies, and we say, Allahumma hafidhul musafirin, wa tub ala al-mudhnibin, warhamul fuqara'a wal masakin. We pray unto you that you protect and safeguard those traveling to different destinations. We pray unto you that you forgive sinners. And we pray unto you, our Lord, that you have mercy on the poor and the needy. We want to ask for your blessings specifically and purposively to none other but our children, who are a priceless gift from none other but you. God bless them and give them a prosperous future. Amen.